And good morning. Welcome back. Once again, my apologies for arriving just in time. The perils of working at home. There's just far too many distractions. Anyways, let's finish up talking about, finishing up Chapter 5. I did want to show you something. We were talking about the XRM toolkit. And John, I think I saw a note that you'd actually got your screen working, or did I misunderstand that? In the XRM toolkit, there is one place where you'll want to interact with it. As I said, many of the items in the XRM toolkit are, oh, that was dull, Peter, now appear as extensions to Visual Studio. And they're worth using. I think they're worth using as extensions to Visual Studio. So if you're going to be developing some of the things that you can only do in Visual Studio, and you're going to get a chance to do that. We're going to create some plugins, and we're going to use Visual Studio for that. These XRM tools can be helpful to you, and of course it costs you nothing to add them as extensions to Visual Studio. So you go to Extensions, Manage Extensions, and then in Manage Extensions, do a search on XRM. That's probably enough. Yeah, there's XRM Toolkit, and then you can download it and add it, and you're off to the races. And you'll find, as I say, you'll run into something that you want to do, and people will say, oh, you know, the solution you'll find when you Google it will be on Stack Overflow, and will say, oh, use this XRM tool. And the more modern, more contemporary explanations will say, add the XRM toolkit, and then now everything is you right-click, and or you pick an item from the extensions menu, and a little dialog pops up, and you fill it in. And you'll get a chance to, I'm pretty sure one of the exercises, you're going to get a chance to do that. And I did check, and we don't use Solution Packager directly. We don't open a command line interface and build our packages. In fact, when you add the NuGet packages to this project, the build for your project is just set up to use Solution Packager as part of it. So this is, as I say, part of this chapter is sort of out of date. Yes, you are still using these tools, but you'll never interact with them directly yourself. Now, if you are considering extending the .NET platform, the Power Platform, there's a couple of ways you can do it. One, you can provide new sources of data by simply creating web services that return those data, and then either create a connector, or alternatively, if you wish, if you're creating web portals, use FetchXML to interact with your web service. If you're creating a plugin or a custom workflow activity, and we're going to actually do both of those, you'll do that in Visual Studio, and you'll be using what they call the Software Development Kit assemblies for Power Platform, or Power Platform Software Development Kit assemblies. And those are just added through the NuGet packages to give you the functionality you need. Then when they come down here and they say project is a Windows client, what they mean is, are you in fact extending it in the browser? Are you adding JavaScript code? Are you adding cascading style sheets? Are you, and in that case you use the XRM tooling assemblies. And it's sort of unfortunate that they say, is your code written using .NET? Because you can't put .NET code into the browser. You have to use JavaScript. And we're going to look at that. You're going to get a chance to add some JavaScript code and create a custom component that you can then use in your user interface. And we'll use a whole bunch of web resources there, HTML, CSS. Now, the other interpretation of this is that you are building like a Windows Forms or a WPF or a console application that is going to be accessing your Dataverse. And in that case, there are NuGet packages that you can add to your Windows Forms WPF desktop application. And the Dataverse does expose an API. It does expose a set of services that you can call and use that to interact with the data in the Dataverse. So you can do that. The XRM tooling assemblies, if you're creating a Windows client, the XRM tooling assemblies include some objects that facilitate calling those web services. If you were building a desktop application, or I guess even if you were building a web application, and you wanted to be able to reach over to the Dataverse and pull data out of the Dataverse, I guess I'm being narrow-minded when I say it had. And I was narrow-minded about something yesterday also, and I'll correct that when we get to it. It was something I said about Power Automate. I said, oh no, that's not strictly true. It's just the way you do things. It's not the way you have to do things. Anyway, and I'll fix that up when we go through the Power Automate exercise. If you are creating a web application or a desktop application that you want to reach over and talk to the Dataverse, there are some objects in the XRM toolkit, in the XRM NuGet packages, that will make it easier for you to do that. If you're writing your code in something other than .NET, if you're writing your code in Java or Python or something, then you will have to write all the code to access that web service interface that the Dataverse exposes. And let me be clear, there's nothing magical happening here. If you use these SDKs and the XRM extensions, you are accessing the web service API that the Dataverse exposes. It's just these simplify the process, make it a little bit easier to do. That's something we're not going to be looking at, by the way. We're not going to be in this course accessing the web API. And I was looking at my schedule, and I said I was going to do a demo around setting up user roles and permissions and access. I'm looking at the schedule. I don't think I'm going to have time to do that. We'll see how it works out, but I got a feeling we're going to run out of time. So my apologies. So this is the web service API. So if you're writing the code in .NET, oh, sorry, I forgot, this is exactly the same slide. So, okay. However, having said all this, and remember, after we finish the Power Automate, we then end up in chapters 7, 8, modules 6, 7, and 8, which are all about how you can extend the Power Platform by adding plugins and new components and all of that cool stuff. I think that should be your last choice. If you can do it in Power Automate with the native Power Automate stuff, I think that's the right way to go. However, you're going to see, or at least I hope you'll see, that creating a plugin, creating a new action to use in a Power Automate flow, to create a new component, it's not all that difficult, and you can certainly do it. The real concern I have is the next developer, and that is this is something that a lot of people have never done in their lives, and as a result, if you do create your own plugin and so on, it may be hard for the next developer to maintain it and extend it, or even realize what's going on. And I'll return to that topic when I talk about plugins. The other thing to be aware of, and this is why it's so good to have the textbook that's in this course, these are sort of all the stuff we talk in this course is the official way of doing things. And we're going to find that sometimes we want to do something. What would be a good example? Oh, if you've got a grid. So your grid is downloaded to the whatever is displaying your PowerApp screen or model-driven application. And you're displaying it in the browser, or you're on your tablet or smartphone and you're displaying it in the special client that runs on tablets and smartphones. You can extend the functionality in that page by adding JavaScript, and we're going to do that by creating a component. And we're going to talk about all the ways that you can extend that functionality. Interestingly, you can add JavaScript so that when a grid is loaded, you can have that JavaScript code run as part of the grid being loaded, and gives you a chance to tweak the data that's being displayed and update other stuff on the form now that the grid is displayed. What you can't do is detect when a user adds a new row to the grid. And the standard grid that's available to you in a Canvas app or a model-driven app allows you to add a new row and then put a new record in that row, and as a result, add a new item to your table. There's no way to detect when that's happening. There's no way to detect when the new row is added. Now, when the user saves it, you can detect that. Yeah, and so you can, check perhaps you want to put some additional data checks as a new row record is being added. Perhaps there's something you want to do when this record is added. You want to go off and do these other things also, call some web service or whatever. So you can always detect the save, but you can't detect the row being added. Now, if you poke around on the internet, you'll find a whole bunch of hacks for how to deal with that, how to detect it being added. And I really encourage you never, ever use any of that stuff. And the reason is Microsoft has no commitment to supporting that hack. So if they decide to change the way the grid works, if they decide to change the way the HTML that displays the grid is generated, it's entirely possible that hack will stop working and you'll have no recourse. There's nothing you can do about it until somebody else comes out with an equivalent hack. So I encourage you, the stuff we talk about in the course is the official way of doing things. So your first choice is use the way it works out of the box. If that isn't working, by all means, add your own plugins, components, custom connectors, whatever. Now, custom connectors I've created several times. I think that's going to turn out to be unavoidable. There always turns out to be some custom web service you have that you want to be able to integrate into your application. And then you have the non-official ways of doing things. And just never, ever do that. Anyway, so that, I don't know, I think I'm pretty much parroting the official policy here, is when to configure and when to code. Code should always be your last choice. We talked about business rules and how you can set up a business rule on a table to say, okay, when this happens in this table, do this to the application, clear fields, fill in fields with default values, change a field from required to optional or optional to required. If you're working with a model-driven app, you can have user interface elements on the page disappear or appear, make them visible or not visible. You can enable them or disable them. Can't do that with a business rule in your Canvas-driven apps, but you can do it in a model-driven app. So remember, there's two sets. There's the data-related stuff, clearing fields, filling fields. That works in both model-driven apps with a business rule and in Canvas apps with a business rule. Then there's the user interface stuff that you can do with a business rule. And that'll only work in a model-driven application because there's a very tight connection between the user interface elements and the data in a model-driven application. And that should always be your first choice. The nice thing about putting a business rule in is it's attached to the table. So if somebody else creates an application that works with that table, that business rule is going to be enforced. However, there's a limited number of things you can do, right? You can validate data. You can display error messages. I left out display error messages. You can validate data, enable, disable controls, and even then, not everywhere, clear set fields and change whether optional or required. For anything else, you're going to have to write some client-side JavaScript. And we'll be looking at that in, I think it's Module 7. We look at either Module 6 or Module 7. We're going to look at writing client-side JavaScript. So, and I have found myself writing client-side JavaScript because there was something that was happening in the user interface and the client wasn't happy with it. There was no way to do it within the Power Platform. So this is sort of a summation of the differences between creating a workflow, creating a plugin, which you'll notice we haven't even discussed yet, and using client script, which we also haven't discussed yet. So going through this at this point I don't think is terrifically helpful, and I'll be covering all these topics as we go through plugins and client scripts and going through workflows. But since we have gone through workflows, let's talk about them. Workflows are, if you incorporate them as a business flow inside your application, they're plainly synchronous. The user has to fill in every form as it appears. If, on the other hand, you click off an immersive business flow, which is running in the background, that's obviously asynchronous. It runs independently. The user can go on and do other things, and the flow runs. And in fact, the flow might not even start running for like 2 hours. Can you access external data? And what they're referring to here in a workflow is that you can access data that's on the screen as part of your workflow. But as you're going to see, your workflow does allow you to work with multiple tables in your workflow. We're going to, for example, set up a workflow that starts running because of a change to the inspection table, but then goes and updates the permit table. So when they say you can't access external data, I think what they mean is that if you're creating a business process flow, as far as you only have access to the data on the form that kicks off the flow. That's all you have access to. And can business users update, maintain Power Automate? I think so. And they run as the user. When you kick off, if someone starts a business process flow from a change to the database, it runs under the permissions of the user who made that change to the database. If you start an automate flow from a user interface, from either from an app, Canvas, or model-driven, it runs under the permissions of the user. So you cannot create a Power Automate flow that can do things that the user who starts it running is not allowed to do. So whatever user starts Power Automate flow running, that Power Automate flow is limited to whatever those things the user can do. So what does that mean? Well, it means that in our Power Automate flow, we're going to allow people to go into an inspection and change its status to passed. And as soon as the status changes to passed, what we're going to do is go off and update the permit, and we're going to change the permit to closed. Change its status to closed. That's only going to work if the user who starts that running, however indirectly, the user who starts that running does in fact have permission to update the permit. Now you can get around that. One of the things you can do with a Power Automate flow is you can delegate its running to someone else, to another user. And often what people do is they'll set up a user whose sole reason for existing is to run Power Automate flows. And so you can, when you set up a Power Automate flow, delegate the privileges from the user who started running to the user of your choice. But you want to be careful about that kind of stuff, because now you're letting the user, that's not the default, and when you're now letting the user start a Power Automate flow running that can do things that you would not actually allow that user to do. So just be aware of that. Can run on demand. Yes, you can attach a workflow to the onSelect property button. Can nest child processes. Yes, workflows can start other workflows. Execution stage. I have no idea what they mean by before or after. That is a complete mystery to me. And then we've already talked about the various ways that you can trigger it running. All right, so that's the end of Chapter 5. So what I would like to do now is walk you through creating a Power Automate flow. And I wrote this exercise 2 or 3 months ago. And I sort of thought, well, I'll write the exercise and I'll do it once with a class, and then I'll publish it, and we'll put it on the My Learning Tree site. And then when we get to the end of the Power Automate chapter, people can download this PDF file and they can do the exercise, at their own speed. You don't have to listen to me and, play along with me. You can do whatever you want. The problem we have is that I wrote up the exercise and I said, okay, I better test it. by walking through it the next time I teach the course. And about a month later, I taught the course, and we walked through the exercise, and the user interface had changed. The instructions, they were about 90% accurate, but about 10% of the steps, I would say, had it. The user interface didn't work that way anymore. So I updated the exercise, and I said, okay, well, the next time I would teach the course, I'll walk the class through it, and we'll confirm it. And guess what? The user interface had changed again. And we're going to see an example of it this time. I went through it this morning again, and by golly, there's been some more changes. And just to give you some idea, I don't know if you can see this, but all the stuff in pen is the stuff that I found this morning that had changed since the last version of this exercise. And the last version of the exercise was, I think, 3 or 4 weeks ago. I teach this course about once a month. So in the last 3 or 4 weeks, there's been this many changes to the user interface on this page alone. And I think you should just get used to that. My experience with Azure is that something I did on Friday, when I come back in Monday and try to do that again, user interface has changed. And this is just the reality. And I think what I'm going to have to do with this exercise is just put a note at the top. This is what Microsoft does with all their Azure courses also. Just put a note at the top and say, by the way, the user interface has changed. May have changed, so these instructions may not be accurate. I think maybe that's the right answer, and just get this put in PDF view. All right, so if you'd like, this will take us, I think, I suspect 30 or 40 minutes. If you have no desire to do this, take a break. Keep your eye on the screen for when we're done. But if you'd like to create a Power Automate flow, please feel free to play along with me. Now, as I said, I did this morning, so we're going to find that some of these steps, when I go to show them to you, have already been done. But we'll see how it works out. So let's get to your training and get to your lab environment. So I've got my lab environment here. So start up your lab environment and get to permit management. So I'm going to come down here to solutions, and I'm going to go to permit management, and then I'm going to wait quietly while people get their labs started up. And so I'm going to wait about 3 or 4 minutes, because you may not have started your lab yet. You know it can take a couple of minutes for your lab interface to load.
Hey, Peter, I just had a question, I guess, while we had some down.
Mm-hmm.
If we created a collection in an app with, let's say, 3 columns, and then later in the app we tried to use that same collection with like 4 columns, would it give some kind of error, or would it work?
Well, how would that extra column have? I'm missing the point.
Let's say, let's say that like on Visible or something, a collection was created for whatever reason, and then
Yep.
we tried to use that same collection in a button press, but like maybe by our own error that we wrote that it had 4 columns in
Oh, I
the
see.
way
So
we declared it.
you asked for a column that isn't there. Yeah,
I
it'll
guess
blow
so.
up.
Is that
Yeah, it'll blow up.
okay?
Yeah, and in a real ugly way too. Now, one of the benefits, it probably won't. You probably won't be able to publish if you're not if you're writing code in JavaScript. It's really easy to do that when you're adding custom JavaScript code. But I think if you're writing formulas, I think the solution checker will find that for you. By the way, I pointed out. I'm glad you mentioned this because I should have mentioned it yesterday. I pointed out that one of the things you get in your solutioner, one of the things you get in your solution is this Power Apps checker. And then I never showed you how you would run that Power Apps checker. And one of the things that it does is it checks for that kind of thing. And it's, okay, I thought it was on this list. You can tell I don't use it very much. Let me go back up to solutions. Is it on the solutions list? There it is, solution checker. Oh, there we go. So it's on the solutions list, and there's solution checker, and it will look for that kind of thing. My experience has been that everything that solution checker finds, publish all dependencies finds, publish all customizations finds also. So I don't use it perhaps as much as I should, because I find that when I go to publish my customizations, they go, oh, can't really do this, Pete. So, but that's how you actually run the solution checker right there.
Great, thanks.
No problem. All right, so I'm going to assume at this point that everybody's in permit. Now, we're going to have to change the form for our inspection table. And this lets me make a point, by the way, that the forms that we create are not only used in our model-driven application, they're actually what's used by the Power Apps platform. So over here, once you're in permit management, over here where it says data, click the drop-down list, and under tables, so under click data, then click tables, and we should find our inspection table in here. And if we click on inspection table, and you're going, well, yeah, but this is exactly the way we got to it through permits, going through our permit management solution. Yeah, it is. I'm just showing you another way to get here. Then over here on the right, there's data, and it shows us our data. And it's showing us our data using the view that was defined for this table. And if I click on this, if I select this particular inspection, I think you guys have gotten, one of the other reasons I'm doing this, I want to make sure that you guys have got a couple of inspections, that click on one of your inspections and then pick Edit Record, and it will display your inspection record. And you're probably looking at this and you're going, I don't have status, reason, and status displayed. That's right. Because when you created the form for inspection, it didn't add the status, reason, and status. So as a result, you can't see it, and you certainly can't change it because it's not on the form. All right, so let's close down this inspection. There we've got our adding and editing records. Let's click OK. And what we're going to do is we're going to modify the form, modify the inspection form, so that it does include status reason, because we're going to want to change that to trigger our flow running. So go here to Forms, and when you go to the Data tab and you pick Edit Data, the form it uses is the one of type main. So that's the form we want to modify. So click on the form called, unfortunately they're all called information, picked on the form called information. Just make sure you got the one labeled main. Wait patiently for it to display. And as I say, you guys won't have status reason or status because they're not, because they're those infrastructure ones, they're not automatically added to the form. Yo, what's up? Steven.
Hey, yeah, we do have status reason on the upper right-hand corner of the form. I don't know if that's okay or not, but
I think that's not
like
updatable.
in the header.
Yeah, I don't think it's updatable is the problem. And I think I need it in here so you can actually change it. We'll find out. I may be worrying unnecessarily here. And also, if we don't do this, I can't make the point about how your form is used by the PowerApps interface. Okay, so click on Form Field, plus Form Field up here, and pick Status Reason. And you guys, do you have status reason in the list down here on your left-hand side, or you can edit fields in the header? But do you have status? I think you have status, but do you have status reason on the form? I think you just, maybe the issue is you just have status on the form.
We have status reason in the header. We don't have status on the form.
Okay, and John R. is saying no status reason. Navdeep is saying that you can add it. Okay, if you have status reason, do nothing. If you don't have status reason, then click it over here to add it to your form. So the key thing is we've got to come out of this with status reason on our form. I'm just going to make a note here that if you're lucky, you already have status. Okay. Once you've added the item, come up here and click the Save button to save your changes. Yo, John, what's up?
Status reason isn't in the list on the left, but it is in the upper right. So
Okay.
I can't drag.
That's fine. If you've got status reason on the form, you're good. So
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is everybody's already got status reason. You know, I bet they've updated the instructions because the old set of the instructions did not put status reason on. Okay, so I can cut that. I can cut that whole set of steps. Yay! Okay. So if you'd taken this course 4 weeks ago, you would not have had status reason on this form. All right, so I can cut those steps. By the way, when I wrote, just to give you some idea of the changes, when I wrote these instructions 4 weeks ago, there was a button on here that said Save and Close. Now there's just a button that says Save. Anyways, if we've got status reason on the form, then all we have to do, click the back button here, and we will go back to data. All right, let's come down to our solution. Let's go into permit management. And we're ready to, we have to go and get some data that we need. And that data is only available to us in Classic, in the Classic view. So once you're back in permit management, come up here to the Builder button and pick Switch to Classic. and wait patiently. Now, when I did this morning, this never displayed. Like, it just spun forever. And so I had to cancel and refresh before I could get this to display. All right, now that we've got this displaying, go into Entities, find Inspection in Entities, drill down into Inspection, find Fields in Entities, and click on Fields. So get that classic view up, drill down through Entities, Inspection, Fields, and let's find Status Reason. So you'll notice the display name for this is Status Reason. Internally, it's actually, the name of the field is actually Status Code. But we'll know it as Status Reason because that's the way it's displayed in the user interface. So double click on this, and we're going to open this box that allows us to edit the field. And we've been here before, right? This was when we created all of the status reasons. So what we want to do is when the user sets an inspection to passed, we want to take some action. So come down here and pick passed, click on edit, and you can see we've got this value here, 463, I guess that's million, 270,000. That's what we need to check for. So I'm going to select that and I'm copying it. And that's the whole reason we've gone in here. In a Power Automate flow, it's very easy. Remember, when you have a choices, what's stored in the database is the value, not the label, but the value. And the easiest thing to check for in a Power Automate flow is the value. There are some ways to retrieve the related label. And, from a documentation and making your code easier to understand, that I think that's not an unreasonable thing to do, but it's more work than I want to do for this exercise. So just copy and select that value and click OK. So that's what we're going to check for when the user makes their change. So we don't need to use save and closed because we haven't made any changes. So just close this window. And that's all we needed to do in Classic View. So let's close Classic View. All right, so we are now ready to start creating our Power Automate flow. And the next time I do this lab, it'll be faster because we don't have to change the form. So what we're going to do is start creating our cloud flow. So still in Permit Management, go up here to Plus New, and pick Cloud Flow. And that's a Power Automate flow. So you'll notice it opens us up in a new editor window. And in a new window, and you'll notice we've actually changed sites. We're now on the flow.microsoft.com site. That is the name of the Power Automate site. It's flow.microsoft.com. If you type in flow.microsoft.com, it will take you to the Power Automate site, and it'll put your country code in front. So if I go, for example, here, and I type flow.microsoft.com, you'll notice that the site I end up with is, wait for it, us.flow. Now that's because I'm logged in as a US user. If I was doing this under my login, Peter Vogel, I'd end up under I think it's CDN, Canadian .flow. Anyways, we are now ready to start creating our Power Automate flow. Yeah, John, what's up?
Okay. I missed it. Where do we click the new to start this?
Okay.
The new to get the power.
Okay, so no, we don't remove any other fields. All we wanted to do was, so Alexandra, all we wanted to do was grab that value. So don't make any changes to anything. All we really needed to do was just grab the value for that status reason. Don't we need to publish first? We haven't made any changes yet, Bill, so we don't need to publish. But I got to tell you, that's something I forget to do all the freaking time. That I will go and I'll make a change to a form, and then I'll go and look at the data, and my change won't be there. And I'll go, did I forget? Oh no, I forgot to publish. And I'll have to remember to go and publish. But at this point, we have not yet made any changes. So at this point, we don't yet need to do any publishing. So that was in the inspection form. Yeah, no, we don't have to make any changes to. We didn't save anything. All we want to do is grab the value of that past choice. That's the only thing we want to do. So in our permit management solution, the first thing we do is we go plus new and pick Cloud Flow, and that will take us to the Power Automate site and throw us into the editor for creating a new Power Automate flow. Create a new Power Automate flow. All right. Now, when you create a flow, the first thing you do is you create a trigger. That's what starts the flow running. And what we're going to do is create a flow that triggers when someone makes a change to our inspection record, specifically when someone changes the status reason to passed. And we are going to, our flow will start running. So there are a lot of triggers, as you can see here. So many that they're organized into categories. Anything related to data, that's in the Common Data Service category. So click on the Common Data Service category, and that just shortens the list down. And we want, when a row is added, modified, or deleted. Now, I did this morning. One second. And the last time I walked everyone through this exercise, this choice said, when a record is updated. Honest to gosh, folks, I did it this morning. I think this morning it still said, when a record is updated. But it's now been updated to when a row is added, modified, or deleted. So that's the one we want. When a row is added, modified, or deleted. So let's pick that. And from this drop-down list, pick pick update. Pick update. I'm modifying these instructions as we write them. You can see why Microsoft keeps all the instructions on GitHub, where they're easy to change, rather than incorporating them into the... Now we're going to pick a table. And the table we're going to check is the inspection table. There it is, inspections. You notice use the plural name. And the scope, we're going to make the scope, we can say within a particular business unit. Business units include multiple subscriptions. We can pick our organization as a whole. That's one level higher than our business unit. We can pick only for a particular user. We're going to pick organization. We're going to have this rule apply across our whole organization. Again, honest to gosh, this morning when I did this, like 2 or 3 hours ago when I did this, it was this dialog box was different. You had to pick your environment. And this is just the way everything in Azure works. Yo, Navdeep. Jacob, what's up?
I think it's we pick the different connector. So there's another correct connector called CDS, and it's a purple in color, and it has the same parameters that you're saying. It's called when a record the trigger is called when a record is updated, and you can pick the environment.
So I've picked a new one. So let's pick a new flow, automated cloud flow. Actually, I'm going to go right back here. So what you're saying is that the layout for the choices has changed, and so I'm picking my choices based on position, and they're in a different order than they used to be. So we're going to see something interesting. So I picked Common Data Service. Which one did you?
Like it's still called Common Data Service. If you say search for Common Data Service, like just type in the Common Data Service at the top.
All right.
So there's common data service,
like
common data service, current environment.
it's the purple one that I see. Yeah, the second one in the list.
And that's the old one. Right. So now I've got to decide which one I want to go with in this exercise. Oh, let's go with the purple one because I know that one works. Okay, so let's pick that Common Data Service, and I'm going to rewrite this to use the new one. Okay, so Common Data Service. There's the stuff I'm familiar with when a record is updated.
Yep.
But I suspect this is here for backward compatibility. From the environment, pick your environment. So that'll be your initials dev. So there's PHV dev. Pick the table. Oh, thank you for finding this, by the way. We want the inspections table. One more. There we go. And the scope is organization. There we go. Anyways, okay. So now what we're going to do, so that's our trigger. So when anybody makes a change to the inspections table, anywhere in our organization, from any application, this flow will start running. Okay, so let's pick new step. Now we have to pick an operation. And again, there's enough of these, they've organized them into categories. But the one we want should be right at the top of the list that says condition. If it isn't, if you don't see condition right there, click on control, and then you should find condition. Do you know what? I know this morning when I did the search on Common Data Service, there was only the purple database, the purple drum icon. Yay! Okay, so
that new green Dataverse symbol's new, isn't it?
It is.
On the last.
There's more coming. We're going to see this. We're going to see this crop up in just a second. Hang tough. And I think I've got to rewrite these to use the green one because I think that's the way of the future, right? Anyway, so we'll stick with the old one now because I've got the instructions for the old one. Okay, so so on the condition, what we're going to do is we're going to choose a value and paste in that number that you put in, you grabbed from inspections. And let's get rid of the commas.
I think in the first one you choose a field, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. You're quite right. So, paste that value in over here where it says choose a value.
Yeah.
I got excited. Navdeep, you're going to save me here. Okay, I got to hide that so I can get over here. Oh, it's not going to let me do that until I pick a field. Okay, so the field we want to pick is when a record, from the when a record is updated section. Now that's the only section I think we have right now. When a record is updated, go down and find the status reason value. So make sure you pick status reason value. And now paste that value in over here and take out all the commas. Notice, by the way, you can compare one field to another field if you wanted to, but we're going to compare it to this number. Now, here's the thing I told you yesterday where I was being dogmatic. I said you can add additional conditions if you want to. And I said if you add additional conditions, they're all ANDed together. So if you want to create an OR condition, what you have to do is put that other condition over here in the no block. So if this first condition isn't true, then you put another condition over here in the no block, and then that effectively allows you to create OR conditions. That's not actually true. Watch what happens when I add a new condition. So I pick add row, and it creates a new row, and I mean I was right, except I was wrong. All of these are ANDed together. So you can decide whether all of these are ANDed together or ORed together. But you can't mix them. You either AND all of them together, or you OR all of your conditions together. So either all the conditions have to be true, or one of the conditions have to be true. And if you pick OR, only one of the conditions has to be true. The default is AND. All the conditions have to be true. And I've just gotten lazy. If I have multiple conditions, I just stay with the default of AND, and I handle ORs by putting them over here in the no block. But in fact, there's probably situations where I could have just switched over to using OR, and I've just been being lazy. Anyway, so I'm going to delete that because we only need one condition. Okay, so at this point, we've got our when our record is updated block. And by the way, notice if you're not happy with the name of this, you could give it a different name if you wanted to. I'm not going to, but you could. So here's our condition. And let's decide what we're going to do in the yes block. So over here in the yes block, you'll notice we have a different icon. If you want to add a new step, you click on this new step button. If you're adding something in a yes or no block, or in a loop block, you've got this different icon that says add an action. So we're going to add an action, and I'm going to click. And notice there's that new icon that we just saw, but notice here it's called Microsoft Dataverse. I wouldn't be surprised if I come back tomorrow and I find that on that first page, that new green icon is there, and it's no longer called Common Data Service, it's called Microsoft Dataverse.
It actually, they have both. If you, on the trigger, if you search for Dataverse, you get a Dataverse. If you search for CDS, you get a new CDS.
So this is my life. This is your life now, right? This is the way the world works. Okay, so you can see why writing instructions is fun. All right, so what we want to do is update our permit. So let's go to Microsoft Dataverse. And there's a choice in here to update a row. Am I on drugs? Add a row, delete a row, download, get a row, list rows, perform a bound action, update rows. There it is, update rows. So we're going to, actually I thought there was just there it is, update a row. That's the one we want, update a row. Now don't panic about the premium. If you've been able to work with the Dataverse, you have a license that lets you work with these controls, okay? So if you haven't been able to work with the Dataverse, you probably have a license, you probably don't have a license that lets you work with these actions. So don't worry about the premium. You'd only want to do this if you have the right kind of license, and apparently we do. So pick update a row. So I'm going to pick update a row. So now we have to find the row that we're going to update. So we pick a table, and we want to update our permit table. So we come down here. Oh, fine. Why don't I just type in? Now here's something that's interesting. Watch this. I type in permits. There's my permit table. And you'll notice it says cannot find entity. They haven't updated this message yet. Cannot find entity with the name permits. You're going, of course you can. It's right there. You cannot type in the name of the table. you must pick the table from the list. And that will make the message go away. Anyway, now we have to tell it what row we want to have updated. And so we put the values in here to let us find the row that we're looking for. What we're going to do, permits row ID. So there's the row ID, and we're going to go to dynamic content over here on the right. And you may or may not remember, but back on Tuesday morning when we were setting up the stuff in our Dataverse, and we set up a relationship between permit and inspection. And I pointed out that the inspection got a new column called permit. What that column does is it actually holds that internal unique identifier for the permit row. So that's the column we want from when the record is updated. That's the inspection column. That's the inspection that triggered this. What that trigger is holding is the inspection record that triggered this. So we want to go down and grab the permit column that holds the ID for the permit that's related. So the one-to-many, when you create that one-to-many relationship, or was that, I've forgotten whether it was one-to-many or many-to-one, the inspection got a new column called permit, and what it's holding is that internal unique identifier for the permit that the inspection belongs to. So now we're going to be able to find the permit row we want to update. Now we get to say what field we want to update. Now, this is, I think, perhaps a little bit ambiguous. This is the name column in the database. This is the start date column in the database, neither of which we want to update. What we want to update is the status reason on the permit. We want to set the permit status reason to completed or closed. So if we click Show Advanced Option, by golly, it shows us more of the columns on our permit, and one of them is status reason, and, one of them is status. Oh, I guess I never set up my status reasons. I was lazy. I didn't set up my status reasons. You should find that your status reasons include a choice that says, let me find what I put it here. Completed. So you should find that you get a list that includes completed. I bailed out of the exercise before you guys did, and I didn't. So pick completed. Now notice only the columns you provide a value for will be updated. So all these other columns, start date, contact, they'll be left alone. Don't panic and think, oh my gosh, it's going to update start date to nothing and update contact. It's not. It's only going to update the columns that you provide a value for. So it's only going to update the status column. All right. So notice at this point what we've got. Let me go back, do a quick review. We've got a trigger that fires when the inspections table is updated. If status reason is set to this whacking big number, that we got from our inspection table, then we're going to update the permits table. We're going to find the row with the permit ID that was in the row that triggered this, and we're going to set status reason, and you'll have a better choice than I have because I didn't do the whole exercise because I was lazy. Let's add another action. So let's come down here, and below that we're going to add another action. This time pick mail, and there's only one choice here. And what we'll do is we'll send an email to somebody that, by the way, thought you'd like to know this permit has been set to closed. Sorry, to completed. So click on email. And why don't we have some fun here? Put in your email address. It's not as fast about removing the watermark as I would like. So I'm going to put in my actual email address. So when this runs, you should get an email in your own email box. Very exciting. And now let's set the subject to something. And we will set the subject to, I'm just reading my instructions here, to permit closed. But we should tell them what permit it was, shouldn't we? I think that's the decent thing to do. So let's come back here to dynamic content. And you'll notice we've got a couple of sections here now. We've got sections for every one of our actions. Now, we want to put in the identifier for the permit. Now, we don't want to use the permit ID again, because the permit ID is that internal, ugly, gooey ID that means nothing to us. And remember, whenever we set up something in Dataverse, we're automatically given that name column. And we're supposed to use that name column for some identifier that means something to us. So in the update a row section, because that update a row section is holding the permit record that's being updated, go down and find name, which hopefully is in here somewhere. Oh, come on, don't get that. Oh, there it is. It's right at the top. Right. So it says permit closed, and we'll put in that whatever's in the name column, which is hopefully something that we recognize. And then let's go in here, inspection. And again, we'll use dynamic data, but we want, and we're going to use the name field again, but we want the one from the inspection. And the inspection is held in the when a row is updated. So you can see why you might want to change the names of these actions from the default name. And so let's take the name column from there, because presumably that's something that we'll recognize. Has passed. So there, so that's the email message that we're going to send. Now, at this point, we could stop if we wanted to. I always like to put in a final step. So here, we'll do one more action in the yes block. And in the control section, we will pick terminate. So add a new step, pick control, and in the control section, pick terminate. That sounds awfully ominous. All terminate does is it lets you send a status code back to Power Automate. So we will set our status code to succeeded. So I think it's just a nice way to finish off every flow. Last thing we're going to do in this, over in the if no block, let's pick add an action. Let's pick add an action. There we go. Under control, pick terminate again. And let's set this to canceled. Now, remember what the no block is going to do. If someone updates the inspection, but they set the status reason to something else. So if they don't set the status reason to pass, they set it to failed or whatever, then we don't want to close the permit. The permit should stay open. So we'll just cancel. We'll just say, oh, the operation is canceled. And if we wanted to, maybe we could put a custom value in there or whatever. Yo, Jacob, what's up? Can we include an attachment? I think you can. Now you're being difficult. I think it's under advanced options. Yep, there, you can include an attachment. And you could use values from dynamic data to build out the file name for the attachment if you wanted to. I'm going to hide that before somebody asks another question, because it's only a matter of time before you hit one that I don't have any answer for. Okay, so come up here to the upper right corner and click Save. Oh no, don't do that. Before you do that, let's give this thing a decent name. And you can see right now in the upper left-hand corner, very unobtrusive, that is the name of our flow. So why don't we give it a better name? Let's call it Permit Closed. And now let's click the Save button and wait patiently for it to save our permit. Honest to gosh, folks, the first time I created did this exercise, the default name was the name of the first action you added, name of the trigger you added. Now it's untitled, which I think is much better. Okay, they say, why don't we test it? We're not going to use the test facility here because this is relatively easy to test. But let's run Flow Checker, and that will tell us if we have any problems. So right beside the Save button, click on Flow Checker. Good news, 0 errors, 0 warnings, rock on. So hopefully that's what everybody got. Insatiable clients. Let's hit the back button to get out of here. And I'm sorry, you can click the Save button all you want. Whenever you leave this page, I always get this, "Are you sure you want to leave this page?" message. Yes, I am. And I bet if you click the Save button again right now and click back, you'll still get that stupid message. All right, so we've now created our flow. Let's go back to our solution. We'll close this window down. And that brings us back to our permit solution. Let me just check this, make sure I've got the instructions up to date. Gosh, I hope this works, or I've dragged you all the way through this for no good reason. So I'm going to click Done. And now we're back in permit management because that was the screen we were on when we started this. There is our permit closed Power Automation. Right there is part of our solution. It's one of the things, as I say, one of the things I like about Power Apps is when you publish a solution, you publish all the parts of the solution. All right, so let's click Publish All Customizations. And that will, we'll have to wait a bit here for this to finish. And we're now in a position to test our flow. Gosh, I hope it works. All right. So, no problems there, so that bodes well. All right, so let's try making a change. So let's go back over here to Data, under Tables, and pick Inspection under Tables. And notice we could have just stayed in our solution, and we could have just picked the inspection table in our solution. I'm just trying to show you the options you have available. Come over here to where it says Data. Pick one of your inspections, the inspection of your choice. Click Edit Record. Click its status reason and set its status reason to past. Mine already says past because I've been here before. If yours says something other than past, if you don't have an inspection that's not yet passed, then pick any inspection, set it, to something, save it, and then set it to past to trigger your flow running. Now, if things go badly for us at this point, remember, an automated flow tied to something in the Dataverse can take up to 2 hours before it finally kicks off and starts running. And one of the reasons I'm talking right now is to give the flow a chance to run. Now, my experience has been every time I've done this exercise with a class, the flow runs immediately. But hey, you never know. Okay, so how are we going to tell if this has worked? So let's close our inspection item. And of course, what you're eager to do is to go and look at the permit and see if the permit's updated. But let's do something else first. Let's do something else first. Let's go down to Solutions. Let's go into Permit Management. So we're going to go back to our Permit Management solution. Let's go to our Permit Closed workflow. And this will give us a status report on our Permit Closed workflow. And we should see that, oh dear. So it ran once a minute ago, and then it ran again 57 seconds ago. Now you'll notice when it ran 1 minute ago, that was because I set it to pending and saved it. And you'll notice it went down the canceled path. And then I set it back to past, and it blew up, I'm afraid. So that's too bad. So let's see if we can figure out. It should have worked. Did it work for anybody, by the way? Is it just me?
It worked for me.
It worked for. Yeah.
Okay, so it's just me. All right. Boy, you're taking a course from a person who cannot successfully create a simple Power Automate flow. Anyways, fortunately here, this did failed really quickly, right? Took 51 seconds to determine that it shouldn't do anything. So I'm going to go in here and look at the actual run, and it'll give me the error message. Oh, this is not a valid status code for state code for permit state.active on. That was probably because I didn't set up my status codes, right? Unlike you guys, I hadn't set up my status code, so it won't let me do it. But it worked for you guys, and that's all that counts. Okay, so tell you what, why don't we go look at the permit that inspection is related to? So go back to Data, back to Tables. See, if you don't do all the work, you get punished for it later on. And I did not set up my status codes in the permit, and I'm being punished for it now. Let's go down to Permit. Go to Data for your permit. And there's my first permit. I only have one permit, so you're going to have to make sure you pick the permit that inspection is related to. Pick Edit Record. And because I didn't add my status codes, do you have status code on your permits? Or is that what I should be having you add? So you should, I believe you guys will have status showing on your permit. And for the related permit, it should say completed.
Yeah, it does.
I have to tell you, I am terrible at writing exercises. Fortunately, when I write courses for Learning Tree, I've always had fabulous tech editors, several of which have said they'll never work with me again. No, I'm lying. They're all very nice people. But what always saves me is that on a course that I've written from scratch, the tech editors go through the exercises and say, oh, Peter, that's not actually going to work. So this is my concern whenever we're doing an exercise. So there, you've now created a Power Automate flow. And you can do a variety of different things. And check your email. See if you get that email. Because you should have by now gotten that email, I would think. Navdeep, because your automated flow worked, you are now my favoriteest person in the whole world. It's sort of neat that that email shows up, isn't it?
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. And now I get to rewrite it again because I really should switch it over to using that common data service choice. I think that eventually the Dataverse icon is the one, and that add modified. That's the way it'll work. I have multiple inspections. How can I check if all the inspection status is passed prior to setting the permit status equal to completed? I was afraid someone was going to ask that question. I was really hoping I could move on before you. There is an action that lets you retrieve multiple rows, and you can specify the condition to retrieve multiple rows. So what you can do in that action is do a retrieve for any row that isn't set to passed. So for your, remember, you can grab the permit ID out of the inspection. So then you use the permit ID and that action to retrieve rows plural, and you ask for all the rows where where all the inspection rows for that permit ID. So you retrieve all the inspection rows for that permit ID where status is not set to passed. And if you get any rows back at all, that indicates that you shouldn't close the, and so you put an if, you put another if block in there to say if there's any rows that are not yet in the pass state, cancel. Terminate, set to cancel. Don't set the status to cancel. Set the go to a terminate. And if you get 0 rows back, indicating that every inspection associated with this permit ID is in the pass state, then you would go the route that we did. And I want you to know I seriously thought about adding that, and now that it turns out I can delete the first 7 steps where we add that status thing, I may add that back. I think it would just muddy up the exercise, though. I don't think it would actually be all that informative. Okay, super. You're very welcome. Oops, that wasn't smart. Does this function on mobile? Yeah, it will, because it's actually not running on your mobile. All that will happen on your mobile is that you'll change the data. But your data is held on the server, and your Power Automate will kick off and run on the server. So one of the reasons I picked this is because since it's all happening on the server, it doesn't matter from where you make the data change. However, there is a Power Automate Flow desktop that you can use to create workflows that run on your desktop. And no, that wouldn't run in your, I guess I don't know that for sure. I'm pretty confident that wouldn't run in your mobile environment. But this one, because it's all Dataverse and all server-oriented, it'll run just fine. So there you go. Copy paste from the left. Yeah, because it's in a different virtual machine. So if you want, I'll rewrite these instructions. If you send me your email, send me an email. Let me put my email address in the chat window. If you send me an email, I will send you the rewritten version of this exercise, updated for the user interface. I'm teaching this course again, I think, in about another month. You'd think I'd get better at it. And I will still have to walk everybody through the exercise because it still hasn't stabilized. So, there you go. So send an email to that email address if you want a copy of this exercise rewritten for this. All right, now, if you are following along in your textbook, I haven't made any changes to Module 5, that one we just whizzed through. I haven't made any changes to Module 4, the Power Automate. And I haven't made any changes to the next 3 modules, 6, 7, and 8, but I am doing them in a different order. So if you're following along in your textbook, this is actually module 6. Module 7. No, module 6. Yes, this is actually module 6. Now, the reason I've rearranged the order of these is the labs in modules. No, this is module 7. I was right the first time. This is actually module 7. And the reason I've rearranged the order is you cannot do the lab in module 6 until you've done the labs in modules 7 and 8. So if you're following along in your textbook, flip ahead to module 7. Then we're going to do module 8. Then we're going to go back and do module 6. So we will call all the modules. And we've got about 3 labs left to do. And then we have module 10, which is module 9, which is creating portals, and module 10, which is working with Azure. We're not going to do the labs in module 10 on Azure. Right now, I think we're going to have time to do the portal lab. Notice use the keyword think. No, I just discovered the exercises are different. I better make sure. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, well, good news. There is no longer a web portal lab. So I think we're going to finish on time, folks. Anyway, so this is module 7. If you want to go ahead and do the next lab, this is lab 4 is the lab that goes with module 7. Is it? Let me check my notes. Don't go away. Yes, this is lab 4. And then we will do this is lab 4. And then we will be doing, the next module is module 8. Which is lab 5. And then we will finally cycle back to module 6, and that is lab 6. So if you're doing the labs ahead of us, ahead of me, if you're doing the labs ahead of me, do labs 4, 5, and 6 are the order you should do them, which you know, numerical order. So, all right, listen, this is close enough to 10:30. I want to celebrate the fact that we actually got through the exercise. So I'm going to go have probably a glass of milk, but I'm going to have it in a dirty glass. So let's take our 15 minutes, and we're going to come back and talk about client-side scripting mostly. Someday I'm going to learn how to do that, before somebody has to tell me. Okay, so back we go. One of the things that's worth remembering, do you notice I do this so often that you don't even have to tell me I'm muted. As soon as I hear the chime, I know. Anyway, I'm just so excited to talk to you. So this chapter is about adding web-related stuff to the Power Platform, and we're going to look at .NET code-related stuff in subsequent chapters. But one of the things to remember is that everything we're doing here is right now, the way we're doing it, is being delivered to us in a web browser. So obviously, all the stuff we're building is being converted into HTML and JavaScript and cascading style sheets. And in fact, when we picked those themes, what we were really doing is we were picking a cascading style sheet. And when we modify themes, what we're really doing is just setting up our own personalized cascading style sheets. And so all those entries we're making through the user interface eventually get rolled into CSS files. So one of the ways you can extend the Power Platform is just add some more web resources. And we're going to look at the developer tools. You're going to get a chance to create some client-side additions. And we're going to talk about how you interact with the web page and what are some of the options you have. So you can extend with new web pages. You can load up new HTML pages. You can put anchor tags that lead users to your HTML pages, and when users anchor tags that lead back to your your apps, you can put in cascading style sheets. And if anybody is still using the extensible style sheet language, which is really a transformation language, it's not actually a style sheet language. XSL allows you to take XML documents and convert them into any format you want. But so you're more likely to use cascading style sheets here, and there's nothing stopping you from creating your own cascading style sheets and adding them to your pages. JavaScript files, JavaScript files, if you want to upload XML files, then I assume feed them through an XSL style sheet to convert them into HTML or some other format. Image files of all kinds. And why this is labeled as string, I don't know, but also resx files. A resx file is a list of resources. It can be strings or images, but each resource in the file is assigned an ID. Now, we don't talk about it in this course, but rather than, put an actual string of text in a label, what you can do is refer to an ID in a resource file. And what Power Platform will do is when it sees the ID for the resource file, it'll go and get that item out of the resource file. So, and why this is interesting is, of course, you could have one resource file, and in my part of the world, that would probably be I think Canada is CA, ENCA, and that's what I'd call this resource file. But if, for example, somebody came to this site with a browser and they lived in France, one of the things your browser does is it sends whatever culture code you set up your browser with. Obviously, my browser, the culture code is set up as EN-CA, but someone in Paris probably has their browser set up as FR, French as it is spoken in France. So what will happen is the Power Platform will look at the resource files that you've associated with your solution and find a resource file that matches the culture code. So someone from Paris, it will look for, and I assume someone in Paris, the culture code on their browser is set to FR, will look for a resource file called FR. If it doesn't find that, it will settle for a resource file just called FR, which is French as it is spoken, no place in particular. French as it's spoken everywhere, I guess. The common French. So all you have to do is make sure that ID1 says hello, bonjour in the French, like this ID1, and in the FR, bonjour. And then in your control, you tie it to the ID resource of 1. So typically what you do is you create a resource file in your native language, and then you hand it over to some translation service, and you say, create the equivalent of this resource file in these other culture codes. And they'll create an FR, France, and whatever other ones you want. And they will translate these into these IDs, and then they'll give it back to you. And then you upload this to your site, and now Power Platform will make sure the right resource file is loaded, and you will get whatever is ID1. This is one way of handling internationalization. So what Power Apps has is a facility for you to upload and add new resources to your solutions. And this is called a dependency. And so here, for instance, we have someone who's uploading a JavaScript file. They're giving it a name here. Notice there's the prefix from setting up their publisher so they can distinguish between resources in this particular solution and resources perhaps for some other solution. You've got some room to put in documentation here. And then you have to pick the kind of file it is. And you have a drop-down list here that lets you pick from HTML, XML, CSS, and so on. And then you you pick the file here, click that button, and you surf to the file, and the file is whatever file you pick, the URL for the file you pick. That's the URL that you will use to refer to the file. So you click that change file, surf to the file on your hard disk, you click it, and then the file will be uploaded, and it'll say this is the URL you should use to retrieve that file. When you in your Power App, when you want to get that file, that's the URL you will use. That's the URL it's been uploaded to, I guess. What I should be saying. You can run into some situations with JavaScript. JavaScript files often these days take advantage of other JavaScript files. This is one of the places where dependencies actually matter. If, for example, I use, and you shouldn't, by the way, I'm just picking this because it's the first thing that came into my head. There was a JavaScript library I used for the longest time called Knockout. Well, to use Knockout, you also have to load the JavaScript library jQuery. And so dependencies will help you see those relationships. There's nothing stopping you from uploading Knockout and referring to Knockout in your page, except it won't work. When it comes to runtime, Knockout needs jQuery to also have been loaded and to have been loaded before it. So if you wanted to use Knockout, not only would you have to upload Knockout, you'd also have to upload jQuery. And I'll talk about why you wouldn't actually use them in a couple of slides, by the way. I'm just using that as an example. So do be aware of the fact that jQuery dependencies can matter. You want to make sure you upload all the related, not only the file you're using, but any related files. So doing this from within Power Platform, it can be a real pain. And one of the reasons you want to add the XRM toolkit as an extension to Visual Studio is because it gives you a menu choice off extensions. You'll find that there's there's a Web Resources Updated choice. I think that's what it's still called on the menu, and then that pops open a dialog box and lets you grab items out of your solution and Visual Studio solution and upload them. So if you want to, one of the ways you can handle this is rather than running this dialog box for every resource you want to upload. Now, if you've only got one or two, who cares? But if you have a lot of resources you want to upload, an HTML page you created with 2 or 3 cascading style sheets associated with it and a couple of JavaScript files associated with it. What you can do instead is create a Visual Studio project, add the XRM toolkit as an extension to Visual Studio. So you go to the extension choice and pick Manage Extensions, and I guess I walked through that this morning. And one of the things you'll get is this new web resources updated. So you don't have to run command line interfaces, which is what you'll have to do if you go this way with the Web Resource Manager. You can just do it within Visual Studio, so which I like. So each web resource has, this is the format of the URL, whatever your domain is for your website, and then it will be put in a subfolder called Web Resources, and then you will have a solution provider prefix that you can use in front of the name of your web resource. So if you upload a file, and this one was called, going to end up be called new_common_lib.js, it could end up with new_common_lib.js. Now I say could because this is a little bit dogmatic. There's a lot more flexibility. But you'll notice one of the things you do here is it says this is the URL that it's going to be at. And the web resources table will do the same thing. It will say this is the URL. So rather than try to figure out what the URL is going to be using this template here, it's probably easier just to copy the URL out of whatever tool you use to upload it and carry on with your life. So the one that I've uploaded the most, now remember, well, I guess I shouldn't say remember, I'm pretty hopeless when it comes to making sites look attractive. Making them functional I can do, but making them attractive is beyond me. I know I'm pretty good with HTML, I'm really good with JavaScript, and what I don't know about CSS has made other people's careers. And when it comes to using CSS, I have a friend named Catherine Grace, and I say, why don't you hire Catherine Grace, and she'll create cascading style sheets for you that will work with you. So this is what I've done the most of, which is uploading script resources. And you can upload either in JavaScript or TypeScript. And if you're not using TypeScript, I encourage you to use TypeScript. TypeScript is a language that Microsoft invented. It is a superset of JavaScript. So every statement in JavaScript is a valid TypeScript statement. Now, the file extension for a TypeScript file is .ts. So if you have a JavaScript file, you can take your JavaScript file, change its file extension to TS, and claim that you are a TypeScript developer, because I bet you all of that JavaScript code is perfectly valid TypeScript. The reason I suggest you may want to look at TypeScript is that TypeScript has data typing in it. So it allows you to declare that this variable is string, this variable is a customer object, this variable, and do all of that data typing. The benefit for that is that whatever development environment you're working in, and TypeScript is supported by all the development tools. Visual Studio Code, of course, the two I use because wholly owned subsidiary of Microsoft, but Eclipse and all the other tools, they all support TypeScript. ESLint, which is the general purpose tool that everyone uses for checking their JavaScript. There's a TypeScript lint. There's a TS lint also. And what it does is, because you have data typing, it can give you a lot more IntelliSense support as you're typing your code. So it can say, oh, well, if this variable is holding a customer object, then these are the only methods and properties that are available to you on this customer object, because you've said this variable is a customer object. Normally in JavaScript, you don't set data types. Well, normally in JavaScript, you can't set data types, even if you wanted to. So as a result, when you type in a variable name, there's not a lot of help it can give you. Also, when what happens is, after you've created your TypeScript app, you convert it to JavaScript, because that's the only thing browsers understand is JavaScript. But everything you do in TypeScript can be converted to JavaScript. Well, one of the nice things about this is that if you've written some bad TypeScript, if you've written some TypeScript that won't work or is invalid or is mixing data types in a bad way, it will be caught during that conversion process. So a lot of the time, if you're writing JavaScript, you can't tell if you've done it right until you execute the code. And then when you execute the code, it goes, oh, I'm sorry, and it crashes. If you write it in TypeScript, most of those problems, not all, but most of those problems and errors will now be caught either while you're typing it in, because you get this better IntelliSense support, or during the build process when it's converted into JavaScript. So I encourage you, if you're not looking at TypeScript, seriously consider it. When Google builds client-side interfaces, when Google creates client-side apps, they built themselves their own client-side application development framework, which was called Angular. And they worked with it for quite a while, and in typical Google fashion, they went, you know what, we made some mistakes when we designed Angular, and we are not going to live with those mistakes. So they came out with a new version of Angular called AngularJS, which really they should have given a new name. I mean, it certainly looks like the old Angular, but it is, in fact, a very different language. And that's typical of Google. You know, that was a mistake, but we've learned enough that we know how to do it right. And they came out with AngularJS. AngularJS is all written in TypeScript. Angular is just a whacking big JavaScript library, because that's the only thing browsers understand. So if you want something to run in the browser, you've got to write it in JavaScript. But when they came to write AngularJS, they chose to write it in TypeScript. And in fact, if you build applications in Angular and you go to the Google site for the documentation on how to build applications in Angular, all the documentation is in TypeScript. It's not in JavaScript. All the sample code is in TypeScript, it's not in JavaScript. So if Google is willing to adopt a Microsoft product, I think you should be too. So, and it's free, so why not? So I would suggest TypeScript. For this course, we're going to stick with JavaScript. Perfect example of do as I say, not as I do. We're going to stick with JavaScript for this course. So when you load a JavaScript library, you can associate it with ribbon commands, so that when they talk about the ribbon, they mean more or less sort of the same thing you see in Microsoft Office. So those menu commands that appear at the top of the form or at the top of the window, that is the ribbon. That is the PowerApp ribbon that you can use. And you can tie your JavaScript functions to those. You can put new items on that ribbon. Though, as at least one person has already discovered, there's a bit of a problem with that. And we'll come back to adding new items to the ribbon. It's sufficiently awful that I, generally speaking, prefer just to tie my functions to form events. So when the form loads, when a control on the form changes, when the user clicks on a button, then I want my JavaScript code to run. I'm not saying I've never put a new item on the ribbon. I think I've done it maybe twice. But it's a little bit awkward. And you'll see that in the exercise. Now, you can, if you wish, use that URL up here to retrieve your resources that you've loaded. However, with JavaScript, it's actually considerably simpler than that. With JavaScript, if you've uploaded a file called myscript.js, then all you need to grab that file, this is the link, this is the script tag that you would put in to grab that file. If you've gotten the library, if you've added the library through NuGet in Visual Studio, if you've added a JavaScript library through NuGet, then what you will see is you have a scripts folder. And then under the scripts folder, you will have the name of the organization that provided that library. So that might be some org. And then under that, you will have the actual JavaScript library. Or libraries. Sometimes there's several. In which case, you can retrieve that library using this, which is the name of the organization. It's the subfolder within the scripts folder. And then /scripts. I know that's not right, but the structure on the web service is not the same as the structure in your script files. So this is probably considerably simpler and easier to use than that horrible URL we saw. And as I say, I like this because mostly what I'm using is script files. So what can you do with what might you want to do if you're extending the page as is displayed in the browser? And there's a couple things. You may want to pass resources to your HTML page or parameters to your HTML page. So when the user clicks on a link on your custom Canvas page and goes to your HTML page, you probably want to pass some data from your Canvas app page or your or your model-driven app page to the HTML page. The HTML page is probably going to display related information. You may want to add some JavaScript on your page that interacts with the other controls on the page, so that when the user, for instance, tabs out of the text box, you look at what's in the text box and you do stuff to the page based on what the user entered in the text box. The user clicks on a button on the text box. You may want to have some stuff happen. So you may want to interact with the parent form. And we should talk a little bit about accessibility, but that's a 1 or 2 day course and way out of scope for this particular course. You can also create cascading style sheets and add them. And this is actually, I think, sort of, if you know CSS, is probably an easier way to customize the appearance of your page than to use themes. If you are familiar with CSS, there's nothing stopping you from creating a new cascading style sheet, uploading it, and associating it with your solution, or even associating it with an individual form. And now whenever the user works with your apps, remember they're always being displayed in a web browser, so under the hood it's all HTML and CSS and JavaScript, because those are the only 3 things your browser understands. It will grab any CSS files you've associated with the solution, or any CSS files associated with the particular form that's being displayed. So this allows you to do some custom styling to that web page. And you might find that easier to do if you're familiar with CSS than to you work with the themes. And again, you can use that horrible URL, or you can just use this. And again, if you've got the style sheet through a NuGet package, it'll look like that. So, and this is not something I've ever done, but Catherine does it all the time. In terms of images, you can upload images in PNG format, JPG format, GIF format, ICO, or scalable vector graphics, whatever makes you happy. And those you will have to refer to. I don't know of any other way to refer to those except by the horrible URL that's generated for you when you upload them. So you might want to use different icons than the ones that are built into PowerApps. You might want to have graphics included in your sitemaps, in your pages, background images, whatever. Again, as soon as we start talking about appearance, I am not the person you should be listening to. Now, they do suggest that if you have a choice, prefer structured scalable vector graphics. And the reason for that is, as it's moving your application from a desktop screen to a tablet to the smartphone screen, one of the things it does is make things smaller. It always looks to rearrange stuff. So something may be in a horizontal format, it'll rearrange it on a tablet. It'll rearrange it into a vertical format on a smartphone. Something's in a vertical format in a smartphone, it'll rearrange it into horizontal format if you go to the tablet. But one of the things it does to make things fit is change the size of things. And scalable vector graphics, as that S in scalable implies, probably will shrink and expand probably a lot more successfully than other formats. Other formats, they have to throw away pixels and add pixels, And so you can end up with what they call jaggies, which is something that in a small size was a perfectly lovely circle. In a larger size comes out like that. And a scalable vector graphic won't do that. And a scalable vector graphic, it stores everything as a series of formulas. So there's a formula that will draw the circle. There's a formula that will draw the box. And so it just scales it. It just changes the size multiplier in the formula. But the formula itself stays constant. Other kinds of web resources we've already mentioned, of course, XML, resx files, XML extensible style sheet language, which allows you to transform XML documents into some other formats. If you want to upload some other type, remember, and this is true also of the add-in for Visual Studio, remember that you had to pick a file type here, and it's not going to let you upload anything that isn't in that list. So for instance, PDF files are not in that list. So what you'll have to do, because it checks the file type you've picked, it checks it against the file extension. So if you wanted to upload a PDF file, you'd have to put one of the approved file extensions on it and then pick the right file type. So what are the things you might want to do? I suggested, and I've done this, that you may want to interact with the form on the page by writing your own JavaScript code, that there's something you can't make happen in the user interface using the no-code, model-driven app, low-code, Canvas app. And you just hit a wall, and you can't talk your user out of it. It's unavoidable. There's some validation you need to do, and there's just no way to get the Dataverse and business rules to do that validation, for example. And it's stuff that people are doing wrong. So what are you going to do about that? Well, you're going to write some JavaScript code. And JavaScript code has always supported client-side scripting. But remember, when you're creating your form, it doesn't actually store the HTML and the JavaScript version of the functions and all that stuff. It's making entry. It's not actually building the pages for you as you're busy drawing it. It's storing all the data in tables in a database. So what happens is when someone asks for one of your pages, one of your screens, it pulls the relevant information out of the table and then says, oh, okay, what HTML am I going to build? And how do I convert the functions that are going to execute on the client? What JavaScript do I put in the page to support those functions that execute on the client? So it's actually generating your HTML and your JavaScript on the fly when the user requests a page. And by the way, if that sounds like a real performance hit, do be aware that when it does generate a page, it caches the page on the server. So the next time somebody else asks for that page, it's already got most of that page generated. It just has to slot in the data. But it does mean that the first person who asks for a page has to wait longer than everybody else does because they've got to go through this HTML and code generation process and assembling the web page from the information in the tables. But that means you should never, ever, ever, and you can tell I got burned on this because I feel this very strongly, you should never, ever, ever access the HTML elements on your page directly. You should never use either the document object model that comes with HTML that lets you find elements on the page, and you should never use jQuery, which is a very cool library and a very cool tool that really makes it possible for you to build client-side applications. Back around, I guess it was around year 2000, 2001, I built an application for the Royal Bank of Canada. And back then, when you had JavaScript code and it was manipulating HTML, we called that dynamic HTML, DHTML. And people asked me if it worked. And I said frequently, often, usually, typically. It was hard to write. And every time RBC upgraded their browser, like they were using Internet Explorer back then, they went from IE 4.5 to IE 4.7, something would go wrong. It would just break. And there was just no way on God's green earth we could run it in Netscape or any other Mozilla or any other browser. And one of the things jQuery does, in addition to giving you a lot of really neat tools for finding elements, it also handles all the browser differences. So if the jQuery code works in Netscape, it'll work in Internet Explorer. If it works in Internet Explorer 5.6, it'll work in Internet Explorer 5.7, and so on. So jQuery made it possible for you to build reliable client-side applications. Wonderful. You can't use it. Now, the reason you can't use it is because the Power Platform is generating the HTML on the fly. And from one release of Power Platform to another, they can change the way the HTML is generated. And so as a result, you may publish your application and then 2 months later publish it again. And if you downloaded surfed to a page in your application and went view source and looked at the HTML and then published it 2 months later and surfed to that page and did view source to look at the HTML, you shouldn't be surprised to find the HTML is different. In an effort, that's one of the things that changes as you, from one version to another. They're trying to make the HTML more efficient. They're trying to improve its accessibility, and so on and so on. So you may look at it at one point and go, oh, this is nested within these two div elements, and it's defined as a span element, and it's got an ID of this, and I'll write some jQuery to find it based on the fact that it's nested within these two div elements and got this ID on it. And then the next time it's generated, it's not nested inside any div elements. It's not a span tag anymore. It is a div tag itself, and it's got a different ID. And now your jQuery code will work. So how do you get around that? You get around that through XRM. And what XRM does, it's a buffer between your code and the world of the generated world. So here we have our generated HTML. And here we have XRM. And you write your code, you write your JavaScript code, and you work with XRM. And XRM will handle updating the HTML on the page. What it means is if Microsoft decides to change the way this is done, they just update XRM to reflect those changes. So your JavaScript code, because it is working with XRM, your JavaScript code continues to work. Yay, right? Now what XRM does is it provides you with a bunch of objects, all of whose names end in context. And the two that you are most interested in are execution context and form context. So what will happen is that you'll be building your form and you'll go, oh, you know what? I really, 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 really want to call this JavaScript function at this point. So the onSelect event for a button. You want to call this JavaScript function. So what you do in Power Apps is you say, oh, okay, this JavaScript file I want uploaded for this form. And so now it'll add a script tag for that JavaScript file to the form. And on the onClick event, I want to run this function. And when the user clicks on that button, it will call that function. And it will pass that function this execution context object. So perhaps you've got a button that you're going to use to coordinate customer information. You're going to grab some information off the screen and you're going to send it to a web service for some other application, and that web service will update the data. So you're keeping the user's changes in sync with this other system by calling this web service. I would have used Power Automate, but there's probably good reasons why you're using web service. So you create this JavaScript function called coordinate customer, and in here you pass data from the form to a web service. So what you do is and notice you will have had to have created the JavaScript file first in order to do this wiring up, because in the wiring up and in tying that event to this JavaScript function, you have to specify which JavaScript file it's in, and then it will check the JavaScript file to make sure the function is actually in the file. So you'll have to have written this, at least this much code, before you go through the wiring up process, or it won't let you do it. I'm sorry, I can't find that JavaScript file, and I'm sorry, there's no function called coordinate customer inside of it. And what you do in coordinate customer is you set it up to accept a parameter. You can call that parameter anything you want. The parameter is referred to as the execution context in all the documentation, so it makes sense to me to call that parameter execution context. Why make this any more complicated than you have to? Now, you don't have to accept it if you don't want to. You can leave that. This is JavaScript. If you don't want to accept the parameter, you don't have to. But you probably do. And execution context gives you access to a whole bunch of information about what's going on in the page. And the most important one of those is execution context. Now, this is why you shouldn't call it execution context, because it's just a lot of typing every time. And my friend Russell Sinclair, he just calls it EC, so that all he has to type in here is EC. I see his point. Anyways, it's got a method on it called getFormContext. And what that method function does is it returns the form context object. And this is just two. There's a bunch of objects that are provided to you, all of whose names end in the word context. But these are the two big ones. I've got a feeling I've got the name for form context wrong. We'll find out in a slide or so. Anyways, form context, it's got all the methods you need to access the stuff on the form. So it's the form context object. And we'll look at some of the stuff you do. It's the form context object that allows you to grab data off of the form that you can then pass to the web service, that the web service can then pass to the code that calls the web service, and the web service you can then call the web service passing that data. So almost every function that you add begins by accepting the execution context and then immediately calling getting the form context object out of it. And in fact, what some people do in the onload event is and I'm going to finish up, they go var form context here, so that in the onload event, as soon as the form starts up, they grab the execution context and get the form context and store it in a global variable. Now they can just use it. I'm told that can get you into trouble. I'm told that it is possible for the form context to get out of date. So the form context you grab in the onload is not necessarily up to date with the page. I have never had a problem. I may have just been lucky, but I've never had a problem. So there are people who grab the form context separately in every individual function, just to make sure they've got the current form context. That's probably not a bad idea. Getting the form context won't cost you anything. It's not an expensive operation. So what are you going to be doing typically in your what will you often be doing in your JavaScript code? There is a pattern that is set up that you can link into that you can take advantage of. So the form loads, and you can associate an event with that, and then associate a JavaScript function with the form loading. Data is changed, either in one of the user interface controls or on the page, or with the user interface control that is tied to a column for the item on the page. And no, those are two different things, and you're going to see that distinction is a big deal. That you can have user interface controls that are tied to columns from whatever table you're displaying, but you can also have user interface controls that aren't associated with any column. Your buttons, for instance, are right off the bat. Perhaps you have some calculated value that you are displaying that is not stored in the data. So that would be a text box that's not associated with any column. What else? I think that 2 is good enough. That's 2 examples. And then when the data is saved back to the database, and that will fire a save event. And again, you can wire up code to that. So you were going to typically, as I already suggested, you'll probably have a function that's tied to the form load event. You may have a function that's tied to the save event. Maybe you're doing some data validation. You want to make sure that all the data that's being saved is good. You're also going to have functions associated with change events for individual controls on the page. Perhaps if someone changes the price, you update the extended price times quantity. If someone changes the quantity, you update the extended price because it's price times quantity. Perhaps you're going to do some validation. If someone types something in, rather than wait until they save it, you're going to check the data right now and make sure that it's valid. These are all things that you can do in your JavaScript code by buying into this framework. So the way it works is there is an onChange event. This is familiar. There's an onChange event, and that occurs when the form column changes in the user interface. It fires also if the user refreshes the form. Remember what a refresh does. It goes back to the dataverse, back to the table, and gets the current version of that record, or records if it's a list, and downloads them. That's going to count as a change. And if you want, you can call the onChange event from code. So you might, here's the thing, if the user clicks a button and in the JavaScript code for that button, you shove some data into a user interface control that is not tied to a column, the onChange event is not going to fire. If you update something from code and it's not associated with a column, the onChange event up here will not fire. So if you would like the code that's associated with the onChange event to fire when you update the item from your JavaScript code, then you might choose to call the onChange event from your own code. So you sometimes see this. You see people in code shoving something into a text box from their JavaScript code and then immediately calling the onChange event for that text box so that whatever code they've got associated with the onChange event will execute. Now, the onLoad event fires when the form loads in the UI. Now notice the form load event doesn't, so this is the equivalent to the onVisible property that we were working with when we were putting formulas in on the server side. This is equivalent to the onVisible property. Notice a refresh does not fire the form load. The form is there. It's just getting new data. It will fire an onChange, even if the data that's put in is exactly the same as the data that was already there. A refresh always fires an onChange, even if nothing has changed. And again, you can trigger this if you want. I could imagine, that on a refresh, you might go, well, I've got a bunch of code in this function that's tied to the onLoad event, and I would like that code to run if they refresh the data. So in my refresh event, I will trigger the onLoad event so that the function I have associated with the onLoad event will run. So this is typically where you initialize things, where you, if there's any code you need to control the appearance of your page. This is where, for instance, you might calculate, if you're displaying a sales order items and the price and quantity are filled in, you're going to multiply price by quantity and fill in the extended price. You're not going to wait for the user to change the price or quantity. You want extended price to be displayed as soon as price and quantity are displayed. So, on save. On save fires more frequently than you might expect. First off, if the user clicks the save button, it will fire the on save event is fired. If the user goes 30 seconds, if the user makes a change and goes 30 seconds without clicking the save button, the data is saved. It's a good thing to know, right? that if the user makes some changes, and even if they don't click the save button, it's saved. And you can call the onSave code if you want. If the form is refreshed, the onSave event fires before the form is refreshed. So do be aware of that. So the onSave event fires a lot more than, at least I thought it was going to. I was surprised. If the user navigates away from the page to another page before they navigate away, it's saved. So it's saved a lot. Now, how do you interact with this stuff? Well, if you wanted to call the save event yourself, once you've got the form context object, so this assumes that this code here was actually written. Did I erase that code? Oh no, here it is here. This assumes that the developer who wrote this code got the execution context, called get form context, and they've stored that in a variable called form context. So in this code, in the sample code, when you see form context, you could give that variable any name you want. When you retrieve the form context, you can put it into any variable you want. So, and my buddy Russell Sinclair, and I'm not using him as a horrible example, this is just the way Russell does things. He'll have put it in a variable called FC, which he'll have stored at the global level, like that, which he'll have defined at the global level like that. So whenever you see form context in this sample code, don't take it too seriously. It's just a shorthand way of referring to whatever variable the form context has been loaded into. So anyways, the form context has a object in it stored in a property called data, and that object has a property called save on it, and it saves all of the data. So this is how you would trigger save. You wouldn't call the function associated with the onSave event directly, because that requires coordination. You have to know the name of the function and everything else. But if you go to the form context object, go to the variable that you've got the form context object stored in, go to its data property and call the save method. So in real life, you'd have to put parentheses there because it's a method, it's a function. That will trigger save. If you want to trigger a refresh, that's how you do it. You go to the form context object, go to the data. Notice these are data operations, right? Refresh gets the latest version of the record. Data pushes the data back. Data.save pushes the data back. If you have other things on the page that are not, other controls on the page that are not tied to columns, then form.context.data and form.context.data has nothing to do with them. Form context.data is working with the columns, not with the actual controls. So there's form context.data.refresh again, so you can use that to trigger an onload. And I think that's the only two that they mentioned. Yeah, it is. We've got more on this coming up. Now, when your function that's tied to the save event executes, and remember, you do that in user interface in app portals. In the PowerApp portal, you say, oh, look at these are the events that are going to be triggered There's the load event, there's the refresh event, there's the save event, and you say, okay, go to this JavaScript file, pick this function. And so you wire up your functions to the events that are available to you, load, refresh, save, etc. You do that in the PowerApp portal. And you can, when the save event occurs, whatever function you've tied to the onSave event, you might want to know why this onSave event is being called. You might want to know, is this being called because the user is navigating away to another page? Is it being called because it's been 30 seconds since the user made a change and I'm going to do a save? Is it because the user explicitly clicked the save button on the form? And that, by the way, the save button on the form, that's both the save and close buttons. Those are the ones that are up in the ribbon. And you might care. Is it being called because we're doing a refresh? And you might care about that. So the way you get that information is execution context has a function on it called getEventArgs. And that will allow you to retrieve the object associated with the save. And one of the things you can check is one of the properties on there will tell you why this save event was happening. Now you're going, well, that's sort of, I guess I was sort of expecting, if I'm writing JavaScript code, and I have some code that's associated with onSave, I would have just expected that I would just put a parameter in here to grab that event argument. And that's the way we normally write JavaScript code. Normally JavaScript code, when we wire something up to an event, that event will pass us an object, and we decide if we want to accept it. The thing is, in the XRM world, you're always passed the execution context object. Your method is always passed the execution context object. If you want to get the object that JavaScript wanted to pass to you, then you come down and you go to the execution context parameter that was passed to you and call getEventArgs. And that will give you the event arg that I guess you would have normally expected to be passed to your JavaScript function. So remember, your JavaScript functions are always going to be passed the execution context object. You don't have to accept it if you don't want to. But if you want to get at that event arg that would have been typically passed to you in the normal course of processing for JavaScript, then use the execution context and call getEventArgs. Okay, here's the argument that you would have been passed. Now, let us say that what you're doing in your save is you're validating the save. You're going to look at all the information on the page, and we'll show you in a little bit how you could find that information on the page. You look at all the information on the page and you do a bunch of edits that for some reason you can't do in business rules, and you can't do it in the way you've set up your table. And that turns out to be actually quite a lot of things. So what you want to do then is, if you find a problem, you want to stop the save from happening. Right? If the user's entered bad data and then they've waited 31 seconds and that autosave is going to kick in, you go, no, you've got crummy data on the page. I don't want to push that back to the database. So what you do is, once you've got that event args, it has got a method on it called prevent default. So I would go to the save event arg, and so I go, if problem found, and I'd want to notify the user about the problem too. I wouldn't want to keep it to myself. But I go to that save event args, and it has a method called prevent default. and that will stop the save from going ahead. Now, actually, this will work with every event. If the user clicks on a button, the event you've associated with that button is going to be passed an event arc. And there really isn't much default processing associated with a click, but the button does change its appearance briefly while the user clicks on it. If you would like to prevent that from happening, then grab the get event args, use the get event args to grab the event argument associated with that click and call prevent default, and that will prevent any default processing associated with that from happening. Now, that's a silly example, but this is typically you're going to want to do it in your save. Yo, Stephen.
So calling that prevent default our method, so that, like, if you're saving and then you have an error, you can literally stop the save from happening by calling that?
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Okay.
I like that. That's exactly what I do. When I'm not sure of something, I repeat that information back in different words, and the fact that I can translate it into different words that are still correct indicates, yes, I did understand that. So I feel, thank you for demonstrating that. Now, it is possible for you to associate multiple functions with a single event. There's nothing stopping you from having, when the user clicks on this button, it calling 2 or 3 functions, one right after another. There's nothing stopping you when a save happens for 2 or 3 functions to execute. So one of the things you can do is you can also check to see if somebody has already canceled the default. There's an isDefault prevented function that hands you back a true or false that will tell you if somebody has, if some function in this list has already called prevent default. However, there's no harm in calling prevent default multiple times. So I would never bother with that. I mean, if I call prevent default and some other function associated with this save, associated with the save event, has already called prevent default, it's not a problem. So that's something I've never used, but it is there. Other events you can associate with, tab state changed. If the user switches from one tab to another tab, that will fire an event. It's less common now, but it used to be the HTML included a lot of iframes. Iframes where something was part of the HTML spec, and they've sort of been deprecated. Everybody decided they were sort of a bad idea. But as the user, as those iframes got loaded and displayed things, that would fire. You're not going to use that anymore. If you're in the Dynamics 365 environment, oh, sorry. No, I was thinking of something else. So if you have customers and the customer has a sales order, so this is our customer, and this is our sales order. The customer has so this is the many side, and sorry, this is the one side. This is the one side, and this is the many side. So each customer can have many sales orders. One of the things that happens is that the sales order gets a customer, this isn't what I want to do at all, gets a customer column. And as we saw with permits and inspections, that's going to have the customer ID in it. However, because it's got this customer column and got a relationship back to the customer, there will be, you can have on the form a control labeled, I'm going to have to make this really small, labeled customer. And when the user clicks on it, it can pop up a little dialog box showing customer information. This is called a quick read view, I think is definitely called a quick view, but I think in your code, you'll always refer to quick views, but I think the documentation refers to it as a quick read view. So this allows you, while you're looking at one record, to look at a related record. So in the sales order, you could have this quick read view pop up and show you the information for the customer. I believe the lookup control pre-search event fires just before the quick view displays. You can tell I've never actually used it, but I believe that's when it fires. When grids load, they fire an onload event. As you're doing stuff with items in a grid, they fire other events. When an item is going to be deleted, they fire a delete event. When when your user has made changes to an item or added an item, it fires a save event. The grid fires a save event. And you can associate code with those events also. And that would allow you to check to see if the user is about to delete something, it fires an event, and you can say, are you sure you want to do this? So that actually fires before the user deletes it. And then the save event fires after the user has made their changes and about to save, and gives you a chance, again, to edit the data in that row and decide whether or not you want to do anything about it. So these are things. There's on change, on record select, on save, and the on record select, the event arc, will tell you whether it's been selected for deletion or selected for update. You have two buttons. There's one button marked delete, and that fires one event, and then there's an edit button, and that puts the row into edit mode. So the event arcs and on record select will tell you whether it's an update change or a delete change. And you can decide what you want to do. And then on save, after the record is changed. Again, you can check that. You can actually also check if you're going through a business process flow. So if you created that wizard using Automate, which takes the user through a series of UIs, you can check to see whether the process is active and the user is working their way through. The user has gotten to the last user interface in the flow and clicked the Done button, or if the user clicked the Cancel button on one of the user interfaces and stopped. If you've organized your flow into stages, and that allows you, for instance, to prevent the user from going on from one part of the flow to another part of the flow until they've completed some activity. You can detect when the user moves from one stage to another stage, and on stage selected allows you, if the user, one of the things you can do in a UI is you can skip ahead to a later stage, and the on stage selected will fire if the user has skipped ahead to another stage. So if the user just keeps going through, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, you'll get regular on stage changes. But if the user bypasses that, remember they've got the list of stages at the top. If the user bypasses that and goes directly to stage 5, you'll get on stage selected. And you might want to check to make sure that fill in all the default values that the user skipped over by skipping those intermediary steps. This is a Dynamics 365 thing. In Dynamics 365, you have a lookup function for the help system, the knowledge base, as they call it. And you can check, you can have an event run when the user, that's too big, when the user is gone into the knowledge base. So I have no Dynamics 365, so I just have to take the documentation's word for that. So how do you work with all of these events? Remember I said there is a framework, and we've talked about the framework. So you can fire an event on a load, you can fire an event on a save and check what kind of save it is. You can prevent the save from happening. You can fire on all of these things that we've talked about, except what if the user has typed into a text box? We've got this generic on change event, but And this also, by the way, I'm going to keep saying typed into a text box, but this is also true if the user picks from a drop-down list or checks a checkbox or clicks on a radio button. All of these fire this onChange event. This onChange event is actually part of a process that you can snap your code into. So, where is that? Okay, that's coming up. So when we talk about handling the onChange event, we're actually going to be talking about, I guess, a three-part process that you're going to take advantage of when you respond to the onChange event. So I probably won't get to that before lunch. So hang on to this idea that the onChange event is more than just responding to an event. It's actually buying into a process. All right, I said that there's this distinction between the controls on the page and the controls on the data that's being displayed on the page. The form context has two objects. Well, it's got more than that, but the two you're most interested in is an object called data, and that lets you work with the columns that are being displayed on the page. Now, if there is no control on the page displaying that column, you cannot work with that column. So don't go, oh, great, so if I don't have some columns on the page, I can still work with them from my JavaScript code. No, you can't. Now, you can have the column on the page in a control whose visible property is set to false, and then that column will be accessible to you. But that's form.context.data. Gives you access to all of the tables. I think the property is still called entity. It gives you access to the table that's being displayed. I believe that property is still called entity. It gives you access to any Power Automate processes. So if you want to work with, use those events we talked about, you'll go formContext.data.process to get at that item. And then that will give you access to the individual stages, and within each stage, the individual steps, the individual user interfaces that make up each stage. Within the entity, you get access to the attributes. This is columns. Right? In this environment, they're referred to as attributes. It's not my fault, okay? If we use the same name to refer to something wherever it appears, it would drive down my billing rate. So in your JavaScript code, to get at a column, you go formContext.data.entity. And then you go for the column name, and you go attributes and then the name of the column, and that will get you the column for that. So attributes. And then once you've retrieved a particular column, particular attribute, you can then get to the control that is displaying that on the page. Alternatively, you can go this route. You can go formContext.ui, and this lets you work with the controls on the page, even if they're not associated with a column, like, for instance, tabs. Like, for instance, navigation controls. There's those quick forms I mentioned. They're not associated with a column, right? They're associated with a related entity. All of the controls are available over here. However, and in fact, you can have on your page multiple forms. You're not actually limited to having a single form on the page. So there is a form selector that lets you retrieve a particular form, and then once you've got that form, you can then get to the controls on that form. Now, I've never felt the need to do that. I've only ever had one form on a page at a time. I am a bear of very little brain, so I try to keep things as simple as possible. Where you do have tabs, though, we see the same sort of structure. A tab is organized into sections, and then in that section you have the actual controls. And again, typically when I set up a tab, I set it up with exactly one section, and then all the controls go into tab. If I have more than one section, I go, maybe I should just put that in a separate tab, make my life easier. So attributes, non-table data on the form. Actually, it should be table data on the form. I don't know why it says non-table data. I have to go back and check. I probably screwed that up when I rewrote this from using entity to using table. So I probably screwed that up. Oh, nope, I see what's gone wrong here. So this is, notice we have two attributes collections. This attributes collection is the columns on the table. This attributes collection are all the stuff on the form that is non-table data. I'm not sure what that is, but apparently you can have associated with a form data that is not in a column on the table. And that's this collection here. Now, the only things I'm ever interested in working with are the columns on the table, and you get to that through the entity class, and then the controls on the table. So how would I get to a particular, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. So this entity gives you, retrieves information from the record that is displayed, and notice, go back here. Everything that you see that's in gray is a collection. So you can have multiple pieces of data that apparently are not associated with the form, but you only have one entity. There's only one record being displayed on the form at a time. It has multiple columns, which are called attributes. And then a column can have multiple controls. Again, this is not something I've ever wanted to do. If I've got the first name, I will put a text box on the form. So whenever I'm doing this, this collection, the controls associated with that item, has exactly one item in it. But if you want, apparently it is possible to put or at least they set up JavaScript to support having the same data item multiple places on the form, have multiple controls associated with the same column, I guess, have the same column tied to multiple controls. So again, it's not something I've ever taken advantage of. And then process, as I say, that gives you access to the UIs in a business flow process. These are all the controls on the page. Now, notice it's in two groups. There's this controls over here, which gives you all of the controls. If you use that collection, that gives you all the controls on the page. So you go formcontext.ui.controls, and that would give you any control on the page. If, on the other hand, you went formcontext.data.entity.attributes and specified a column, and then go to this controls collection, you are going to get the control, in my case, the control that's representing that column on the page. Form selector. To retrieve, this allows you to retrieve information about the form that's currently being used. I only have one form on the page, so the form selector, I'm only interested in the first item that it returns. This is all the navigation items on the page. This gives you access to the process, quick forms, and that's, as I say, that's that pop-up for related fields. And it's not hard to imagine an item that has several related records, that is in a one-to-many relationship with several records, and as a result has multiple quick views, and then tabs. So if you set up a multi-tab form. All right, so let's start looking at some actual code here. This is the XRM object. The XRM object allows you to do a bunch of things. It allows you to, in addition to working with the data on the form, the XRM object, separate from, let me back up. The XRM object is separate from the data on the form. So it's separate from all of this stuff that we talked about here with this form context. It is what in JavaScript we call a global object. So you don't have to accept it. You don't have to pull it out of the execution context object. If you want to use the XRM object, you just go XRM period, and then you can go XRM.device, and that will give you access to information about the device the user is running on. So that's smartphones, tablets, and desktops. In coding, you typically use this to access information in the URL that got you to this page. So, and remember I talked about this before. You may want to pull stuff out of the query string. You may want to get information out of the URL. This gives you access to navigation controls on the page. This gives you access to any panels on the control. This is in preview, so be suspicious of this. This gives you the ability to access web services, and it will. It's got two branches for if you want to access the web service and you're online, and what are you going to do if you're offline, if you don't have a network connection, and so what are you going to do about accessing this web API? Now, in an object-oriented world, you can't just have code lying around. You can't just have functions lying around. Everything has to belong to some object. So this is why we have the utility object. The utility object is a bunch of methods that are more or less completely unrelated to each other, but they had to put them in some object. So in a burst of honesty, they called it the utility object. And the utility object has a bunch of methods in it that you may find useful, but they don't have anything to do with each other. So the interesting one here is I think is the device one. Now, why is that interesting? Well, let us say that the user is running on a smartphone or a tablet. Especially when the user is running on a smartphone, they have expectations that your code is going to take advantage of the stuff that's built into their smartphone, particularly the camera, apparently, but also geolocation, all of that stuff that users just assume an application on a smartphone will use. So, if you're going to take advantage of that, then you need some way to tell if this if you're running on a smartphone, so this feature is available. And also the way smartphones are set up these days, it was looser in the bad old days, but it's gotten tighter and tighter as time gone on. Smartphone, if you try to access any of these functions that are built into the smartphone says, okay, wait a second, and then it pops up a dialog box to the user and says, listen, this application is trying to get to your microphone. Is that okay? This application is trying to determine your location. Is that okay? And it's your decision whether or not any particular application gets to, invoke the microphone and listen to what you're saying. So what we have here is on the device object, we have capture audio, and this will cause if you call this, if you check this property, if it's set to null, that means there's no audio for you to capture. So don't even bother. If it returns an object, then you can use that object to access the microphone on the smartphone. Now notice, when you read the capture audio property, at that point, the user is going to get the dialog box that says, this thing is trying to use your microphone. Is it okay? And the user will give permission. If the user doesn't give permission, then it returns nothing, returns null. So if you call, it's actually a function, I'm being stupid, it's not a property, it's a function. If you call this capture audio method, if you get back null, either you're running on a device that doesn't have a microphone, or you're running on a device that has a microphone and the user is not giving you permission. That's also true of capture image, which lets you get access to the camera, returns an object for working with the camera. Capture video, which gives you an object for working with the camera in video mode. Get barcode, which allows you to work with the camera as a QR interpreter. Get position, which allows you to work with GPS. And all of these only work on smartphones. This one down here is different. Pick file returns an object that allows you to browse the user's hard disk and allows you to find files on the user's hard disk. So when you read this one, the user gets, do you want to let this user access your storage? Is the typical message on the smartphones. You want to access your storage. This one is special because this one works on both smartphones and desktop. So tablets, and I really should say, I'm being narrow-minded again here. This is tablets and smartphones. This one is tablets, smartphones, and desktop. And it pops open the dialog box. I say it allows you to browse the user's browse the user storage. What it actually does is pop open that file pick dialog box, and the user can browse their storage. But you can't go running through the user's files on your own. But you can pop up a dialog box that lets the user pick the files they want you to use. XRM coding, primarily, I suppose there's still people using XML, but primarily you're going to be using that to decode HTML. And mostly when I've been using the encoding object, I've been using it to pull apart a URL because I want information that was passed to the web page in the URL. Let's take our break. I think we're finally getting to that update process. Oh, I guess I'm wrong. Lost my mind. So let's take our break, and we'll continue to work through the things you can do from JavaScript. And you will get to write some code. It probably doesn't really make sense until you get to write some code. But you will get to write some code. We do have a lab. So, start. All right. Welcome back. And over the lunch break, I managed to confuse Bill with Alexandra. So it's been a good day. The navigation object, you might think, talk about navigation elements on the page, but is that like related to the navigate method that we talked about, navigate function we talked about? No, not at all. The navigate is there to allow you to open, for instance, a dialog box. So that's got a message and a button, and the user can click the button. A confirm dialog box, which opens with two buttons, and when a user clicks, it will tell you which button the user clicks. So that's yes, no, save, cancel, whatever. An error dialog box, which allows you to display a message and gives you some control over the icon that is displayed. If you use the file picker and the user picks a file, the file picker hands you back a file object. So now you can use that to open a file. This is starting to get into actual navigation stuff. This allows you to programmatically open a form, open a URL, or if you've added an HTML page to your project, this is a way of displaying that page. It's questionable whether you should be using these ones up here at all. It's now considered, bad practice, poor form. To do that, there's a notification area built into all of your apps that you can use to display error message, and sort of considered better practice to use that than to pop open a dialog box, for instance. But, it seems to me to handle that select for deletion, open confirm dialog. Are you sure you want to delete? Yes, no? That's probably the best way to go. And you do want to interfere. XRM panel allows you to open, if this is your page, XRM panel allows you to open a panel on the side of a form, but only in a model-driven application. You get to pick the side you want. And you might want to load that with your HTML resource if you wanted to. I think this may still be in preview. It seemed to be in preview for quite a while, at any rate. Utility object. If you've opened a progress dialog box, this will close it. And where is there? There's the open progress dialog box. This will allow you to show the user the state codes that you've set up for a particular table. This will retrieve information about the table, like the table's name, number of columns, things like that. I think there's a collection in there of all of the column objects, and you can use that to find the data type of each column. This retrieves the global context. That's primarily interesting because that's where your global variables are. This is a dynamic 365 thing, again, as part of their knowledge base help system. This is a function. You pass it an ID, and it goes to the resource file that's currently loaded and gives you the value for that. So this is one way of getting that, handling that internationalization, is instead of hard coding in strings using get resource string. Remember, this is JavaScript, though. It's considerably easier to use ID strings in the user interface, in the actual controls themselves when you're creating it. This is a way from JavaScript to start up a flow. This is the lookup control that we talked about that opens that quick view again. And this refreshes the data, but only for the grid that contains the record. So if the user selected a record and you want to redisplay the grid of that, typically you only have one grid on the page, but this allows you, for whatever record is currently selected, to redisplay the data for that particular, for the grid that it's part of. And as I say, these have, the progress and get global context have nothing to do with each other. But in an object-oriented world, every piece of functionality has to go into some object. So this is the object that you would use to create this accesses the web API interface to the Dataverse. So create record, you provide a table name and our record format, and you can add a record to a table, delete a record from a table, retrieve a record from a table, retrieve multiple records from a table, change an existing record, check to see if this is available offline. Now, if it's available offline, then what you're doing is you're updating the data that is stored locally on the user's computer. So now you've got updates that you've made to data local on the user's computer. Eventually, you're going to be reconnected to the server. And of course, the user has made these changes in good faith, and you've saved them. How do you find those changes, and how do you push them back to the server? And what do you do, for instance, if the user has updated a record and that record back on the server is now deleted? How do you? So this is why we say if you're going in offline mode, maybe you should just operate in read-only mode. Let the user look at the data you've saved. Use save data and call it quits at that. This allows you to execute a function, and allows you to basically build a string and then pass the string, and it will execute that string as if you had called the command. So it lets you dynamically pick things to run. And this allows you to do that for a series of items if you want to execute more. So what should, how can you save yourself from shooting yourself in the foot no, let me rephrase that. When should you be using JavaScript, as opposed to just, as I'm trying to encourage you to do, use what the out-of-the-box stuff that comes with the Power Platform. One thing you use it for is if there's data that's not on the form that matters, your ability to retrieve other records. Remember, no problem with read-only stuff, to retrieve related data and use that as part of your processing. The problem we have with both model-driven apps and Canvas apps is it's one table per form. So this allows you in JavaScript to retrieve those related records and use that in your processing. If there's stuff you need to do as part of a save, coordinate with some activity, validate the data, and then stop the save if you run into a problem. In Power Automate, we're just looking at how do you set up, if you've got a complicated set of conditions to set up, and you can't mix ands and ors. It's either all ands or all ors. And, quite frankly, I'm making a big deal of that. Like, it's not very common that you actually need to mix ands or ors. But it's awkward to do in Power Automate. Nesting functions within functions. If you have a series of if conditions, nesting if functions within if functions within if functions to try to handle a complex situation, it might be easier just to do it in JavaScript. And if you are in a Canvas app and you want to be able to clear out the contents of a text box, you cannot do that with a business rule in a Canvas app. That's something that's almost trivial to do using JavaScript. So, and I don't think this is an exhaustive, I don't think this is every time you might ever want to use JavaScript. And certainly there are times when I've wanted to validate data and I couldn't figure out any way to do it in either setting up the table or in Power Apps. And so I'll just write some JavaScript code, and whenever anybody uses this, when the onChange fires, I'll just check to see if the data's right in JavaScript code, and that seems to be the easiest way to do. This is reviewing business rules again. I won't drag you through that. Remember, the data-related stuff you can do with business rules on any kind of app. With business rules can only do the data-related stuff in a Canvas app, but in a model-driven app, you can also do the UI changes. As I sort of implied by my example of price and quantity, remember calculated fields are only calculated on the retrieve. So if a user has quantity set to 5 and price set to 50, when they retrieve the result, it's going to say $250. If the user then changes the quantity to 10, that field is not going to update. There's nothing in PowerApps that will cause it to update. Now, if the user does a refresh, now remember, before the user does a refresh, there's a save. So if the user does a refresh, this will be saved. It will then refetch the record. And when it refetches the record, the calculation will be redone on the fetch, and it'll say 500. So you can just put a note on the page, use the refresh button to update your totals. Alternatively, you could write some JavaScript code so that if either one of these changes, we call the same method, and that method multiplies price times quantity and updates whatever makes sense to you. We're going to, in the lab, create a custom component. It's not impossible that you might create a custom component that someone adds. Oh, I've got a problem up here. Let me just see if I can fix that. Yeah, I can. It's not impossible that you've got a custom component that's so useful that somebody puts it on the page twice. And that's going to copy all of that component onto the page twice. So you want to make sure that if you do have two copies of the component on the same page, that they will play nicely with each other. One of the ways you're going to have to handle that is figure out how you're going to name your functions so that you don't end up with two functions with exactly the same name. And you're going to see a solution for that in the exercise. Basically, set up a namespace for the component. But even if you don't enter that particular problem, you want to make, the problem is that you've got JavaScript functions on the page that have been written there, put in the page by PowerApps, and then now you're adding your own components. And of course, somebody could import a component file and add components from that component file, again with their own JavaScript functions. And then you create a JavaScript library with their own functions in them. You really, 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 really want to make sure that you don't duplicate anybody else's function name. And so typically there's a couple of ways you can do this in JavaScript. Namespaces is one. But often the simplest way is just always prefix all of your function names with some prefix that you're guaranteed no one else will ever use. And the typical fallback choice there is the URL for your company. So whenever I write a JavaScript function, its name is always something like phvis underscore com underscore and then the actual name of my function. And this is the URL for my site. Please don't visit it. It's really embarrassing. My wife, we had been in business for, I think, 15 or 16 years, and my wife went and visited the company website for the first time, and she came and said, "Peter, the 90s called. They want their website back." I said, "The only thing it's supposed to do is get me work, and I'm booked solid, as usual, for the next 3 or 4 months." She said, "No, I've been watching you from 11 at night to 4 in the morning. You're not doing anything." So, any case, it's not a priority for me. So if you want a good gig, I'll go and look. But that's what because I can't imagine that anybody would use as the part of their function name somebody else's website name. So I put phvis underscore com in there. The other alternative is to use namespaces. And if you're familiar with JavaScript, you've done something like this, where you create a container and you assign it a unique name. So you check to see if the unique name is assigned, and then you put everything inside that container. And if you're familiar with JavaScript, you've done this before. So, best advice I can give you: stay away from hacks. Use the XRM buffer. Use those functions that are built in. Use the execution context. Use the form context. Don't use jQuery, no matter how familiar you are with it, to manipulate your HTML page. So stay away from that. If you can use asynchronous methods, that's even better, especially if you're doing a long-running operation, like, for instance, opening a file, like, for instance, calling a web service. There's exactly one thread that your user interface is executing on. So if all the code is executing on that thread, if you execute a long-running operation, like, for instance, example, calling a web service, then the user interface locks up and the user can't interact with it. So if you can use await and async, if there are asynchronous methods available to you, if you're familiar with doing that in JavaScript, and if you're not, find out how to do it, and it's better for everybody. And try to stay away from stuff that only works on one browser. Now, that's less of a problem than it used to be. When I was a child, I had to walk to school, uphill both ways. But the W3C has established standards, and the W3C has established tests to prove that you are living up to those standards. And as a result, the browsers are doing a better job of converging on their standards. More importantly, as an open source project, Google launched Chromium, which is their rendering engine, what displays the page. And Microsoft said, great, we will use that in Internet Edge. So it means that if your page displays a certain way in Chrome, it should display exactly the same way in Internet Edge because same rendering engine. So that's reduced a lot of the discrepancies, and it's not as big a problem as it used to be. And in JavaScript, it really isn't a problem. 90% of the problems that it's not a problem. And again, that's because there was somebody finally sat down and wrote up. When Netscape people wrote the original JavaScript parser, they didn't write a spec for it. And as a result, for every new version of Netscape Navigator they put out, they effectively recreated the JavaScript processing engine. So the result was the code that ran perfectly fine in one version of Netscape would have problems in the next version of Netscape. And when Microsoft decided to add JavaScript to Internet Explorer, and they called up the Netscape people and said, can you give us the spec for JavaScript? They said, well, we'd love to, but we don't have one. And of course, without a spec, it's impossible to ensure consistency. So there was a spec that was eventually created, and the name of the language is JavaScript. The name of the specification is ECMA script. And that's because it's managed by an organization called the European Computer Manufacturers Association. That was the organization given responsibility for managing the versions of the specification. And again, once the specification was created and test suites were set up to prove that you're complying with the specification, again, all the JavaScript versions tended to converge. But while there were differences between JavaScript, most of the problem in JavaScript was dealing with the HTML. That was where you would have most of your discrepancies. It wasn't in writing your code, but in the code that interacted with the HTML. And of course, in this environment, the Power Platform environment, you don't interact. You go through that execution context, that form context. That's all part of XRM. And it will hide all the differences. Like jQuery, XRM is guaranteed to work with every browser that the users, I shouldn't say guaranteed, is supposed to work with every browser that you run your PowerApp in. When you run into a problem with an application, let me find a browser to bring up here. Okay, don't do that one. Let me bring up a browser window. When you run into an application, all the browsers have a set of tools that you can use to try to figure out what's going on. And remember, by the time it gets down to your browser, and we're not talking about running in the mobile app environment, but by the time it gets down to your browser, it's all HTML and JavaScript and cascading style sheets. So if you press F12, you open up a window, and the window will vary from one browser to another. So this is what the window looks like on your on Google, and this is HTML, and it allows you to drill down into the actual HTML that makes up the page. If I click here, oh no, it doesn't. I was sort of hoping it would highlight the item over as I select. If I select an item here, see if I can find one there. you can see I've selected the div element that list is inside of. And if I drill down inside, that's, as I select the element over here, you can see it highlights the part of the page that element is controlling. I think it'd be great if if I clicked on the element, if I clicked on the part of the page, it would highlight the element over here, but it doesn't do that. So that's a browser. It also lets you look at your network interactions. So you can see how any web APIs are going and how long it's taking to download your application. And if you're using saving stuff to storage, there's that local storage in your web browser that save data and load data are working with, and it breaks it up by URL, and so you can see how much and drill right in to see what's being stored. I think I've got a version of Edge up and running. So let's pull this over here. And again, F12 brings up the tools. As you can see, the tools are slightly different. There's the elements display. A lot of overlap, but they are different. There is application. And again, you can drill down and see what is being stored in storage. Storage, the version of places, the part of storage we're looking at right now stores everything as key value pairs. So these are all the key names that this stuff is stored under from the HTTP Microsoft site, and this is the data that's being stored under each of those names. Let me just go to Amazon.ca, and there is what Amazon is busy storing under on my computer. And I think I checked once. And I think it also stores stuff. Yes, it does. It also stores stuff in IndexedDB, which is like a little relational database built into the browser. So, yeah, there you go. The difference here is this thing allows you to store, IndexedDB allows you to store something that looks more like a record. With local storage, you basically store a blob. Here's a hunk of data. This allows you to store a record with field names and values in it. Anyway, the really useful tool here as far as solving problems is the console window. And in both environments, as stuff is running, it writes out messages to the console window. So you can see that this page has generated no error messages whatsoever. And let's go to Electronic Arts page. And you can see right off the bat, Electronic Arts is generating this, whoa! And then it's just, this thing is generating a ton of warning messages and actual error messages. And somebody should look at this. This is, I should, in defense, this is an article about Electronic Arts. This is not the actual Electronic Arts website. Let's go over here to Amazon.com. And I went to the Amazon.ca site. As you can see, there are some errors, but nothing like what the Forbes site is generating. Now I have a point about this, and I'm going to come back to it in a second. Let me get back to my slides. So Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, Internet Explorer, they all will open up developers tools if you press F12, and they're different from one platform to the other, but there's a lot of them. There's a family resemblance. Mozilla Firefox has a debugging tool called Firebug, and Apple Safari has an equivalent tool called Web Inspector. So here we are looking at screen resources, and you'll notice it will let you look at your JavaScript files and even look at the code in your JavaScript files. If you select, because after all, it has to download the JavaScript file to your browser, so it's right there. It might as well let you browse the code. And that will support debugging. You can set breakpoints and step through the code and all that good stuff. But you know what might be just as easy for tracking down in a JavaScript code? And that is use this object. This is, again, it's a global object. It's always available to you. You just have to type in console. And it has a method called log. and then you can write to the log, and what it does is it writes stuff. Okay, that didn't work out well. And it just writes messages to your console log right here. And that often is probably, I often find it just as easy as trying to use in the Forbes page it wouldn't be because of all the messages that are being generated by Forbes. But of course you're going to be working with your own pages, not with the Forbes page. But I often find it just as easy to scatter a couple of console.log statements into my code and then see what turns up in my log window as it is to try to use the debugger. So, and some of my clients are using Chrome, and some of my clients are using Edge, and I'd have to remember how the two different debuggers work. But console.log is part of JavaScript, so it works the same way in every browser. So, if you're sticking with one browser, you'll probably get good with the debugger. Fiddler is an interesting tool. I wasn't crazy about Fiddler. What Fiddler does is it captures all the requests that are coming out of your web browser on the way to the web server and all the responses that come back. So it lets you see the traffic between your web browser and the web server. And that includes all the requests for pages, all the results that come back from those requests for pages, but it also lets you see all your web service calls that you're making. So it was a really useful tool. The only problem was, and this is a common mistake in user experience design, is that people say, okay, I'm going to create a screen, and they say you can do everything you want from this screen. And these are the kind of screens when you look at them and you go, well, this is really cluttered. And it becomes very difficult to do anything because there's so much stuff on the screen, and you spend most of your time ignoring it. Because when you go to use the screen, you don't want to do anything. You want to do this one thing. And so whenever you want to do this one thing, you have to ignore 90% of the screen. Well, in any case, Fiddler got taken over. It was an open source project. And the reason I'm a little bit, in a column on UX, I happened to mention Fiddler and say that I thought the user experience for it was pretty awful. And I got a comment from the guy who built it. And I mean, it was a fabulous tool. People had sunk an enormous amount of effort into it. And here I'd gone out of my way to say nasty things. And it's a tool I used all the time. But in any case, it just became overwhelming. And so he turned it over, and I hope he got some money for it. He turned it over to Progress. And Telerik is now responsible for Fiddler. And I think they've done a wonderful job on the user interface, by the way. Made it considerably easier to use. So you can still get the original version if you want. And there are, if you want more advanced functionality, there is a version you can pay for. One of the things that Fiddler does, because it's catching all of the requests that are coming out of your browser, is you can set up an autoresponder in Fiddler. And you can say, okay, when we get this kind of request from to this URL, send this response back. And this is often critical in testing because, first off, it's faster. Instead of having to go to the web service, you're just going to the Fiddler application you're running on the desktop. And also, you're in complete control of what the response is. You don't have to worry about drop connections. You don't have to worry about what's in the test database. The Fiddler autoresponder always returns the same result. And so that makes it considerably easier for you to figure out what's going wrong in your program as opposed to, oh, I see, right, I got a different response this time. So this is a great tool for handling any web-based request, is use Fiddler to return the same thing every time. Now, let's talk about that ribbon. The ribbon is described, that menu bar across the top, is described using an XML file. That's how long ago this was done, that describing things using XML was what everybody did. If you want to customize that bar, what you do is you open up the ribbon.diffmx file and you start playing with this XML. And it's not obvious. The XML schema for this is challenging. And of course, it's XML, So if you get anything wrong, because XML, in the dictionary beside the word anal retentive, it has a picture of XML. If you get anything wrong, it just refuses to run altogether, and now you have no menu bar. So there is a tool called Ribbon Workbench. And Ribbon Workbench allows you to make changes to the ribbon safely and reliably, and in a way that mere mortals understand. And in the next exercise, you're going to get a chance to add a new piece of functionality to the ribbon. There is a bit of a problem, and we'll talk about that just before the exercise. But here is the root element is ribbon diff XML, and then under that you have custom actions, you have templates, you have command definitions, and then under each one of these you have a whole bunch of settings you have to make. I don't want to say it's a nightmare, but it's challenging, and I don't think anybody would want to go in and try to just open it in Notepad and start making changes. So the Ribbon Workbench is just a godsend, and it actually makes it possible for you to do that. So when you set up a new entry in the ribbon, what you have to specify, if you want to add a new button to the ribbon, for example, you have to specify when is this button to be displayed, when is it to be enabled, because you might want to have the button there so the user knows it's aware, it knows it's an option, but disable it. For instance, the Save button is disabled until the user makes a change. And then it's enabled, and then when the user clicks on the Save button, it goes back to being disabled. So it's always being displayed, but sometimes it's enabled and sometimes it's disabled. Then you want to tie it to some JavaScript so that when it executes, so when the user clicks on it, it actually does something. It actually runs some JavaScript. And you package all of that together into a command. All of that gets packaged together into command. That's what you actually add to the ribbon, is this combination of the display rule, the enable rule, and the reference to the particular JavaScript function you want to run. Then, once you've done that, I told you this was a nightmare. Once you've done that, you then take the command and you associate the command with the button, and you specify where in the ribbon the button is going to display. So you add the ribbon to the button and, as I say, tie it to this command, which is a combination of these three things. It's not for the faint of heart, can I say. So again, let me talk about how wonderful Ribbon Workbench is. Now, when the user clicks on a ribbon, on a button on the ribbon, it is running a JavaScript function. So you can pass values to that. So you might write a JavaScript function. You might have one button that does a save, and it calls a function you've written and passes the word save. And you might have another button called undo that calls exactly the same function but passes the word undo. And that's because when you wrote the save and undo functions, you realize, gosh, this code is almost exactly the same and it's using the same data structures. Really, there's just 4 or 5 lines of code that are different. So rather than create 2 separate functions, you create one function, and then you tell the function which operation to perform by passing a parameter to it. There's a command parameter. We're not done yet. There's a CRM parameter object that you can set up as part of adding something to the ribbon to control what gets passed to the ribbon. You can also, if you wish, ensure that the JavaScript function that's called from the ribbon passes the form context object. Remember, that's the one that lets you interact with all the elements on the form, and we got it before from the execution context object. Or you can pass to your function the grid context object, and it's sort of unfortunately called the grid context object because it will work with any control, but it's set up to give you access to a grid and or any whatever control the user has selected, it gives you access to that. There's a whole bunch of stuff on there that only makes sense if what's currently selected is a grid. So you can pass a value of your choice, or you can pick one of these two options, and your JavaScript function will get the form context or the context object for the current control. Other things you can pass are the name of the environment, the language code, and the language code for the environment, the language code for the user, assuming they're different. You have to, of course, make sure that your JavaScript library is being uploaded and is being added to the page. And remember, when you do add these references, you have to specify not only the name of the function and what you're passing to the function, but you also have to specify what JavaScript library the function is inside of. And this will create a script dependency, and when you go to deploy your solution, they'll find the script dependency and will deploy it. So do recognize when they say script dependency, this is an under the hood kind of thing. Adding the JavaScript creates the dependency, but you don't have to worry about it. Publishing your application will go, oh, look, here's the script dependency. So, and just move the script. So this brings us to our exercise in client scripting. Now, here's the problem you're going to run into. If you follow the instructions as it's written, it's going to ask you to create a new ribbon for the permit table. You probably haven't noticed, but if you look at the inspection table, you've got a ribbon at the top with a whole bunch of menu choices on it. And when you go to the permit table, you get the exact same ribbon. You know, there's a save button and an edit record button and all that. Sorry, save record, save button and some other stuff. Anyway, it's the same on both. We're going to create a custom ribbon to be only used with the permit table. So the rule is going to be, if it's the permit table that's being displayed, then this is the ribbon to display. If you follow the instructions, and you're going to add in the instructions, they're going to have you add Ribbon Manager, Ribbon Toolbench. They're going to have you add it to your solution. And you will immediately get an error message. It'll immediately go, I'm sorry, there's too many tables in this solution for Ribbon Toolbench to work. I think the limit is 4. I think as long as your solution has 4 tables or less, everything will work fine. But we've obviously got far more than 4. We've got building, permit, permit type, inspection. We've got far more than 4. So here's the thing. When you change the ribbon for permit, you are changing the ribbon for permit. In other words, you're not changing the ribbon for permit in this solution. When you change the ribbon, if you use Ribbon Workbench, and the rule is display this for whenever the permit table is displayed, then whenever the permit table is displayed, you're going to get this ribbon. So here's what I suggest you do to get around this problem. First off, add a new solution to your list of solutions. Call it anything you want, but I'd call it permit ribbon. Then go into that new solution you've just added, go to add existing, and add your ribbon, add the permit table to that solution. So now you have a solution with exactly one table in it. And Ribbon Workbench is going to be fine with that. Then whenever you're seeing the instructions about working with Ribbon Workbench, go back to this solution and do all that ribbon stuff in the permit ribbon solution. And everything will work out fine. It'll be just great. So that's what I suggest you do. So this is Lab 4. I know we're in Module 6, actually really Module 7, because we're doing them out of order. 6th module we've done, but it's actually Module 7 in your book. But the lab for this is Lab 4. And this is going to give you a chance to create some JavaScript code. Now, as I said, there is there is a pattern that you need to follow as you're adding JavaScript to components on the page. We're going to talk about that pattern in the next chapter. I think it's the next chapter. Yes, we're going to create a brand new, and it's a really cool component. It's a nifty little timeline component. So we're going to add a timeline component in the next chapter, and that's when I kept saying we're going to talk about in this chapter. I lost my mind. Then the next chapter, we're going to talk about that pattern for updating objects in a component. I think that's all that's interesting about this lab. I think let me just check and see, but I'm pretty sure we're okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so I will be quiet, and you guys can see what it's like to actually add some JavaScript to a page. And then next one, we're going to take HTML and JavaScript, and we're going to create a new user interface component. And then the next chapter, we're going to extend the Dataverse with some custom processing, I think around the permit table, and we're going to create a new action that you can call as part of an automate flow. So I'll be quiet. And don't forget to hit the green check mark when you're done the exercise.
script I attached.
Oh. Can you read the script error to me?
Yeah, just 1 second. I closed it down. I was troubleshooting in the meantime.
Being stupid. So there's our connection. And I don't know. And so that makes it harder for me to go figure out where to look. I just have to end up poking around. Don't shut your lab down at when you leave today.
Yep.
And I will go in and hopefully I'll be able to get control. Worst comes to worst, I can just log on as you. I think I have that ability. And no, it won't let me.
I'm not sure if this is.
Grab your machine. I'll pick your lab up. Hopefully I'll get.
Or whether or not you just.
Yeah. Min. Dot. One sec. Now, why don't I do it the way I always do it? Make dot power apps. Yeah, shut up. Okay. Oh, no, sorry. This is just for web portals. It's not for your actual Power App. It's just for web portals. Darn it. For one brief shining moment.
I think that we crossed our wires a little bit because I was talking about the HTML5 domain limitation.
Yeah.
If I had missed. And
HTML5
if that's
domain limitation.
Yes. So, for instance, if you're doing a Canvas app and you want to do leverage HTML5, for instance, for a data card value, and that value is supposed to represent an email, how you would
I see what you're saying.
Which property you would manipulate to do that.
Oh, okay. In a Canvas app. I'm putting together a demo for that. So I'll do that first thing because that's really easy for me to do. But first off, I got to create a Canvas application to do it and show it how to do it. But set type on UI control to email. Oh, okay. Sure. I'm going to do that first thing in the morning.
Thanks, sir.
No problem. I'm just too lazy to create the Canvas app right now. They say. And I really want to finish the next. Failed to realize what I had missed the boat on.
In the future, I want to.
I would never have found that in a million years. Good for you. I'm impressed. And you know, that's obviously why that would happen, wouldn't it? If you wanted the load event to run twice, just add it twice. And there you go. That would create exactly the symptoms you talked about. Just too late in the day, apparently. I'm sunsetting earlier and earlier in the day, folks. That's the only explanation. All right, so let's talk about creating components. We've already seen a sort of a framework for our JavaScript side of our application with the onload, onchange, and events, and and the onsave, and how you wire up to them. Now we're going to talk about the events that happen inside a component, and that's a little bit more structured than we've seen. Right. So we're going to talk about how to get started with the PowerApps component framework. And we're going to build a PowerApps component and we're going to use, I don't know if we're going to be using advanced features. It seems to me we're just using the features. Now let me just check something here, because I'm panicking now that I've realized that a whole lab I thought was working is gone. So I better I just want to make sure. I should have checked this while you guys were working. Yeah. Okay. We're going to continue to work, by the way, in Visual Studio Code.
Chào các
The
bạn.
next lab we're
Hôm
doing,
nay
we're going
thì
to
Ngọc
switch
Thanh
over
dẫn
to using
tất cả
Visual
mọi người đi
Studio.
ra thăm mấy cây hồng mềm với
You
hồng
can tell
dầu
it's
của
a
mình.
Microsoft
Để
course,
nói
can't
rằng
you?
năm
Visual
nào
Studio,
những cái
Visual
cây này
Studio
của
Code.
mình trái nó cũng
Well,
mọc rất.
Visual Studio Code is I think, a fabulous tool for working with JavaScript. You can do JavaScript development in Visual Studio, and it's pretty good. It's one of the better Visual Studio one of the better JavaScript editors. However, Microsoft rolled out Visual Studio Code, I guess 3 or 4 years ago now. Not, in fact, an integrated development environment. What it is a platform for adding extensions that will give you an integrated development environment. And the people who like building extensions just fell in love with Visual Studio Code. And as a result, there's this huge ecosystem of add-ins and extensions to Visual Studio Code that have turned it into a really powerful development environment. I have friends who do server-side ASP.NET MVC development, the stuff I do in Visual Studio. They do it in Visual Studio Code. I do not. I'm not there yet. However, anytime I do JavaScript development, anytime I'm doing client-side development, I start up Visual Studio Code. Now, I don't want to say all, but I do most of my client-side development using React. In fact, I wrote Learning Tree's React course because I love it so much. And I think, and I've done React and other client-side development tools. For my money, Visual Studio Code is the best JavaScript development, at least for React developers, development environment that's out there. And the fact that it's free doesn't... My wife says I'm a man so tight I squeak when I walk. And I always like free. Free is good. So the fact that Visual Studio Code is not only great but also free, and I'm paying $600 or $700 every year for Visual Studio, you know, this is a decision. And yet I'm still doing my MVC development in Visual Studio. So we're going to continue with Visual Studio Code. However, to create a component in Visual Studio Code, we need some more support. The component framework is built on top of this JavaScript framework called Node.js, and you may or may not be familiar with it. As is React. React is built on top of Node.js. And Node.js is this hugely enormous library of JavaScript functions, and it has its own ecosystem around it. So when we get to the next lab, one of the first things you're going to do, I believe, is you're going to download and install Node.js. Now, one of the things you want to be careful of, what I think you should do with Node.js is you have two choices. You can install Node.js on a project-by-project basis, or you can install it in the computer as a whole. My current development laptop has a solid-state drive, and being cheap, it's not a terrifically big drive. I think it's, as I remember, I settled for half a terabyte. And so I install Node.js because it's so huge. I install it on the computer as a whole. Now, and the reason is that it takes up so much disk space. If I installed it on a project-by-project basis, if I had enough projects going, I wouldn't have disk space. I have lots of projects, but I wouldn't have any disk space. The problem is that Node.js is constantly being updated and upgraded, and because I'm installing Node.js on my computer, it means that when I upgrade Node.js, I'm updating every project. And so generally speaking, it means that If I open a project I haven't touched for a year or so, the client calls up and says, we've got this problem, we want to put this enhancement on it, we don't have the time, would you do it? I started up, I almost invariably find that, there's some incompatibility or some other things I've got to download and install to be compatible with the latest version of Node.js, of which the favorite was I opened a React 16 project about 5 months ago, and it was 3 hours later before I had it working again, because they said, I'm sorry, I just can't work with this version of Node.js, and I had to upgrade all my React stuff before it worked again. Anyway, that is going to be something you're going to do in the next exercise, is whack on Node.js, because the component framework takes advantage of all of this nifty stuff that is built into Node.js. All right, so let's get started. So Microsoft Power Apps gives you a whole bunch of controls that you can use to create user interface, but there's nothing stopping you from replacing those controls with your own nifty controls, and as a result getting a completely different display. Now, even if you want to display it, change it to your own nifty controls, they don't have to be your own nifty controls that you've built. Power Apps is a pretty large ecosystem out there of people who built components, many of them free. I remember one of the first things we did on Tuesday was upload a components file with some third-party components in it. And so these don't necessarily have to be components that you've built. And in fact, you notice the only thing that's left up here is that from the original page is that bit up there. So you get in order for you to build a component, you get this framework that's got a whole bunch of APIs that you can take advantage of. It works just fine with React, and I'm told it works fine with AngularJS. So if you want to build a really, like your whole application in a component, you can use either of the two major development tools, either Angular or React. The other development tool that's sort of for client-side application that's sort of catching fire right now is called Vue. I suspect it would work just fine with Vue, too. And all of these tools are, again, built on top of Node.js. You can access the Dataverse's API if you wish. There's a whole bunch of utility methods built into it. You get your component can access camera, location, and microphone. I mean, basically all the stuff you could do through execution context, form context. Well, really all the stuff you can do with XRM. They just repurposed it so you could do it from inside your component. I don't know if it's optimized for performance. I'll take their word for it. I certainly have never had a component where I thought my performance problem was component related. And of course, a component, you can add it to as many pages, as many applications as you want to use it. You can certainly, if you're clever about these things, create a component that will do the right thing as your screen becomes narrower and taller and smaller. But a lot of that's going to come down to sort of the cascading style sheets you're using to manage the appearance of your and structuring your component so that it will work well in a narrower environment. The key issue is always build your component as a series of tiles. So those tiles can go beside each other in a wide screen or go underneath each other, and perhaps even in some environments you can just don't show this tile at all. The thing I like best about components is the same thing I like best about Power Apps, and that is you just press a button, it packages all up into a zip file, and you register it, and you're off to the races. So your component can be used to replace the control in a column you can use it with any column on a form. You can use it as a control inside a grid. When you see a grid, what's inside those cells is actually a component. And so you can, if you wish, you can replace the component that's put in that cell by default and replace it with your own component. Or you can build a whole grid if you want. That's more work than I want to do. And your component can interact with a web service and display data from an external service. As I said, there's a big third-party market out there, and this is the place where you can find all the existing components. And I really encourage you, if you think, gee, maybe, none of the components I see here are going to meet my needs, maybe I should build one. You should go, do I think anybody else has ever needed a component like this? And if the answer is even possibly that someone else may have built a component like that, then go out and go to the PCF.gallery and check, and there's a lot of stuff there. You may be pleasantly surprised. So, and if you're looking for guidance and help on how to build components, that is the community forum for component builders. And if you ask a question, someone will probably answer it, and they probably won't insult you while they're doing it. They won't tell you you're stupid for asking. So when you create a PowerApp component, it is there to be used in creating your Power Apps. Now later on in Microsoft Flow, you notice they haven't updated this to Power Automate. When we go to extend Power Automate, we're going to do that in the very next chapter, and we're going to create a plugin that gives us a new action to use in Power Automate. Power BI, I assume there's ways to extend that, but it's not something I haven't. There's a very good reason why I am not teaching the Power BI course. My total ignorance of how it works. So when you create a component, there are 4 events in the life of a component that you can take advantage of. The model's a little bit different here, though. What you do is you create a method with a specific name, and the PowerApp framework, the PowerApp page, will look for that method, and it will call that method. So it's your responsibility to create the method, give it the right name, and then PowerApp will call it. So, for example, when PowerApp goes to display the page, it will look to see if your component has a method called init, and if it does, it will call it. Then what you have to, and when it goes to remove the component from the page, it will check to see if you have a method called destroy. And if you have a method called destroy, and boy, that sounds, evil and definite, it will call that method as part of moving off of the page. So if there's any cleanup work or anything you want to get rid of, then create a method called destroy and put some code in there. Then we have 2 other methods, and those 2 other methods are update view and get outputs. Now, let me talk about update view first. The page keeps a list of all of the data to be displayed on the form. So all of the columns that you've associated with the form. When it knows that any of those property values have changed, it will call update view, the update view method, on your component. So it's in the update view method, what you do is you put your code to say, oh look, I'm going to go into this list of data that has been made available to me by the page. I'm going to grab the data that I'm interested in, and I'm going to update my display with that data. And so the page keeps track of whether or not some data has changed. And if some data has changed, it calls update view, and that's your opportunity to change whatever you're displaying in your component. Keep it in sync with the data. Similarly, if the page receives all new data, for instance, if the user clicks the refresh button, it's going to call get outputs. And so get outputs is your opportunity to do updates in the screen. Now, get updates actually can be called in two situations. One situation is that, oh, look, new data has arrived and it's fine. And so it will call get outputs and you will display your control. So there's a lot of overlap in the code between update view and get outputs. Or can be a lot of overlap. If, on the other hand, it finds there's a problem with the data, some validation rule has failed or a required field has nothing in it, then it will call get updates and pass you an error message saying there's this problem here. So get outputs, it can be called in two situations. One, when there's data to be included, and also when there's something wrong with the data. And so you may want to update your component with, I don't know, exclamation mark ref or some pound sign ref exclamation mark, whatever Excel uses to indicate that you can't display any data. Now, how does the component know that data has changed? The component only knows data has changed if you tell it. And you have to, it is your responsibility to call this function. Let me just get the right color here that'll show up. It's your responsibility to call this function called notify output. I think it's called notify output. I'm not going to be able to find it. I'm pretty sure it's called notify output. And you call that function, and that tells the framework that, oh, look, something has gone horribly wrong. Something has changed. Some data has changed. So at that point, when you call this notify output method, it says, oh, okay, and I'm going to call your update views. I'm going to pass you the latest data. it's update view that can be called either with updated data or with bad data. So it's not get outputs, it's updated data. So it is your responsibility to write update view to handle displaying the latest data in from the property bag. And whenever update view is called, you should assume, oh look, I better redisplay my component. I better change the display of my component based on the data that's being passed to you. But you do need to check that and you will be passed an event arg here. You do need to check in update view, check that event arg, and check to see if the error property has been set. And that indicates that, yes, the data was changed, but there was something wrong with it. And this is sort of a nice feature. It will pass you what used to be all the old data, what used to be displayed in that control. So if in fact the user types something into your component, you call the notifies method, it checks your data against the rules you set up in the table in the Dataverse and business rules and everything else. It checks that stuff, and then it calls update view, and if the error property is null, you may not have to do anything, right? Depending on the control, if the user types something in, then it's sitting on whatever the user typed in is sitting on the page. You can just leave it alone. Or alternatively, you may have a situation where the user is moving a scroll bar, a slider back and forth, and so as a result, you need to change the number. You need to change the currently selected number based on the position of the slider as it moves back and forth. If, however, the new change is invalid, you can, so the user types something in, but whatever they typed in was crummy, you can just say, oh, I'm sorry, that's wrong. Update the notification area. Say, I'm sorry, that's wrong. Wipe out what the user typed in, and notice you've been handed back the old value. You can put the old value back. Now, you don't have to do that. In fact, that might be very frustrating. The user just typed in something that's 25 characters long, and you say, I'm sorry, I found a problem, so you throw the whole thing in and put the old value back, and now they've got to type in all 25 characters again. So you don't have to put the old value back, but it is there for you to use if you want. Now, get outputs is going to be called once. And get outputs is going to be called, your get outputs method is going to be called when the initial display happens. And this is the data that you will put in for your initial display. And after that, it's notify. You call notify, then update view. Your update view is called, and you do the right thing to change the UI in your user interface. So now, when you create a component, you are going to actually create 3 separate files, up to 3 separate files. You're going to create a manifest input file that has all the metadata that PowerApp's framework needs in order to use your component. Don't worry, that file is built for you. When you're working with Visual Studio Code will build that file, and the name will be whatever name of the project you created that your item is in. Then this is the part that is actually your responsibility to create, and you create the user interface using HTML, and you use TypeScript or JavaScript to do the right thing. And in TypeScript and JavaScript, you write your init method, you write your init method, you write your update view method to handle both situations, and you write your get outputs method to handle that initial display. And then any resource files that you might want to use. So you might want to create, maybe you're using some JavaScript library, so you need to make sure that's uploaded so you can use the functions in that JavaScript library. If it's coming from Node, that will be taken care of. So it's only if you're using a JavaScript library that isn't provided by Node.js. Maybe you've got a cascading style sheet that controls the appearance of the elements in your component. Now, maybe you've got some images you want to display, and you will have to make sure those get uploaded. Do be aware, cascading style sheets apply to the whole page. So if you create a cascading style sheet and let's say you've got a whole bunch of div elements in your component as part of your user interfaces, you've got all these div elements, and you want them to be formatted a certain way, creating a cascading style sheet rule that applies to every div element is a mistake, because that cascading style sheet is going to be added to the page, and now it's going to be trying to change the appearance of every div element on the page. And the HTML that's generated, there's a lot of div elements. So make sure that if you are using a cascading style sheet, that you make the rules as specific as possible so that they will find only the elements in your component and only change the elements in your component. Now, as a matter of fact, in the lab, they've set it up so your component will not work initially. Like your component's going to come up, and you're supposed to have these timelines, and there's different colors that are used with the timeline. And when your component first displays, those colors aren't going to be there. And the reason they're not going to be there is because you have a problem with your cascading style sheet. So you'll have to go in and fix the problem in your cascading style sheet, and now you'll re-upload it, and all of a sudden everything will work. So, and be wary of CSS, I guess is what I'm saying. There is a PowerApp's command CLI that you can use. That gives you a bunch of commands that you can use for manipulating, for uploading, registering your PowerApp's component. And there's a development environment of your choice, and quite frankly, Visual Studio Code. And I realize I'm a wholly owned subsidiary of Microsoft, and as a matter of fact, Visual Studio Code gets great reviews from everybody on what a fabulous JavaScript development environment it is. So I'm sure there'll be a replacement for it down the line. I think that's a great tool to use. So if you're building a really complicated user interface, rather than just have a whole bunch of random JavaScript functions, you may want to use some more structured environment. React is a great choice. Now, one of the benefits of using React is that Microsoft has created this package of, basically packages of cascading style sheet files called UI Fabric. It's not just cascading style sheets. There's also some HTML structures and stuff. And what UI Fabric does basically is make sure that your component looks like a native PowerApp component. It doesn't look like something you've built. It looks like all the other things. And UI Fabric is what Microsoft uses to control the look and feel of its application. So it's worth investigating. We don't use it in this exercise, but if you start creating a lot of components, it might be worth looking at. There is a whole bunch of methods available for controlling the format of, I don't know if I'd call this advanced, for controlling the format of how stuff is presented. There's a format currency function. You pass it a number and a format string that specifies how you want the currency formatted. Format decimal, do you want to use a period for the decimal point, or are we in Europe and you want to use a comma? Do you want to use a comma for the thousands marker, or are we in Europe and you're just going to leave a space? Format integers, same kind of thing. Format language. So you get the picture. There's a bunch of format functions. And apparently that was very important. You can also call the web API, that web service API for the Dataverse, so that you can retrieve rows other than what's currently displayed on the form. So you can update stuff other than what's displayed on the form. I have to admit, that makes sense to me in the kind of stuff, the page-oriented stuff that we were talking about before. It makes less sense to me in a component that you would want to access a web service in a component. That you drop this component on your page and now it's accessing some random web service. But I suppose maybe that's the purpose of the component, is to go to this web service, drag this data down, and display it on the page. So that brings us to Lab 5. This is the reason I want to cut off our time. I think there's enough time for you to do Lab 5 and still get out of here by 4:30. So why don't we find out? And I'll just be quiet. And you know what? If you aren't done at 4:30, go home, and we can take. We're still good enough on schedule that we can take some time tomorrow morning to, if we need it, to finish up this lab, and maybe even go back and finish, for people who didn't finish up Lab 4, go back and finish up Lab 4. And maybe I will have tracked down the problems that John and Alexandra and Coy were having. A man has dreams, goals. So, all right. I'll be quiet, and you guys can work your way through Lab 5. By the way, notice after this, tomorrow we have Lab 6, which is plugins. It's actually a relatively long lab because you actually create two separate plugins. One to work with the Dataverse and one that adds a new action to use in Power Automate. And then the next labs are all the Azure stuff that we won't be doing because it would use up your Azure pass. So, oh, and there is I keep forgetting about Lab 9, which allows you to create a custom connector. Now, it has you create a custom connector to call an Azure function rather than have you create a web service. So it still it's still about Azure, but it does show you, other than the fact it's calling an Azure function, it is everything you'd want to know about how to create a custom connector. So, there it is. Oh, yeah. I don't think I knew that. I don't know that. Oh, okay. This will give me something to do after class. Okay, so I've got 3 problems to track down after class, and I'll see if I can figure out what's wrong. I did not know, or if I did know, I'd forgotten that Ribbon Workbench comes with the XRM Toolbox. Of course, I don't use XRM Toolbox, right? I'm always using XRM Toolkit, the extensions to Visual Studio, and I don't think it comes with that. So you plumbed the depths of my ignorance. So don't worry about the green check mark. By the way, I'm just going to ask tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock if anybody wants to take more time on these labs. And I'll have a better idea tomorrow how we are on schedule. Matters.